The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the Scriptures, when we go throughout extra-biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited.
Hit the like button, come on.
Yo, I've been living at the bottom with my hand on your heel. When I walk strong enough to put my hand on your ear. And nobody knows me better than my nostrils. So when I say something, boy, best believe I prosper. Ariaka Ball came and caught him off a girl while you was drunk off of alcohol, partying like a star. That money tree scared cause he saw me with a saw. Standing tall, time to cut you down. Sorry, I'm in charge. You messing with the line rat. This ain't no scaredy cat. Trying to catch me unexpected, baby. I'm expecting that. Bet you that you don't wanna come down to my level. I'ma humble you. Wonder you don't walk around with a shovel. You don't regard the poor, probably why they wanna jack you. They tired of bird feet, scraps probably
hit the like button, come on.
For a work. You would think that this fool's
come on, they wanna steal the sunshine.
You know it's still a moonshine, but I'ma bring you down.
Shining for a while, living above the clouds, but I'ma break it down. Ain't no stop till you're on the ground.
Shalom, 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 shalom.
Light 'em bright, try to live in the sky, but I'ma break it down. Ain't no stop till you're on the
Rich folks got me walking like a madman. Never really wanna see a brother stand up. I'm posted up like a lampstand. I bring them down like a champ, man. By they pride, I see in they eyes that I'm the last man. I bring them down like the two twin towers. Run up on and introduce you to my two twin powers. Walking through the valley of the shadow of death. Worst enemies, my enemies, so I be mad at myself. Y'all made me this way. Today is this day. That nobody gon' stop me, y'all disable this fate. The queen of Babylon don't wanna play with this. A King Kong ready for war, you ain't gon' make an escape. Equip banana clip lasers, haters, but just wait. I get revenge at the end, so you making a mistake. Strap tails, prepared and heavy, ready for that day. Checkmate anybody that wanna step in my way, cuz
They've been shining for a while, living in above the cloud. The Most High's bringing them down. I'ma bring you down.
Hey, yo, I'm on a mission, grab your shoes and run with me. The cops on my tail, but I'm moving real swiftly. It's like they got rabies on them veins, make it itchy. But I ain't gonna stop till I'm
hit the like button, come on.
I'm taking down the stars, all the stars in the industry. They try to take me once, but them suckers getting deal with me. They took my brother through, but they said it didn't.
Come on, Israel.
All the itch they said was blasphemy. So bow down your head and get ready for a tragedy.
Shalom.
For your heart, death won't come traumatic. I'm finna sling my blade like Slice Game. It's ecstatic to you guys when I get there. You lanes gon' flee. So listen to the flow that I'm kicking in the air. And that's just part of my cross. I gotta bear. Cause I'm from the streets, my pop's on a higher level. They know for melting cats and playing with heaven.
Been shining.
You've been shining for a while, living above the clouds.
Living above the clouds.
Break it down, ain't no stop till you're on the ground. With the light 'em bright, try to live in the sky, but I'ma break it down. Ain't no stop till you're on the ground.
That's right. The Most High going to bring them down. They've been living above the clouds. I'm Elder Rawchaa, the Gathering of Christ Church, along with the elders here with our weekly broadcast. Yeah, I thought we would play something a little different, wake you up, get you ready for this particular discussion. As you can see, you can find the phone number there at the bottom, 515-605-9327. And of course, we would like to invite you into this conversation. Who can we trust to the end, or in the end? Okay? Who can we trust to the end? The Bible tells us that we're living into some serious, perilous times. There's a lot going on out there. And it seems as if all nations under Satan have taken a side. But yet God's people are under a spirit of, I would say, total confusion to the time we're living in right now. All other nations are rallying in preparation for the end. If not, if you don't understand that, go back to our Sabbath lesson. But brothers and sisters, I'll tell you right now, our people, believers, those who are supposed to be opposing the devil and his system in the last days, brothers and sisters, are ill prepared for what's about to go down outright. So at the bottom line, for those who see what's going on and have prepared and understand what the Most High said concerning his prophecies in the last days, right? What are we going to do to survive? In particular, who can we trust to survive? Is what I want to talk about this evening. Can we trust those in our homes? Can we trust those we're in relationships with? Can we trust our long-standing friendships that were developed since childhood in these last days? Can we trust our own family is the question. Will they help and protect in this day when things break down? Or will those we love and have helped turn on us? Huh? And in order for us to prepare ourselves, we have to ask the hard questions. How do we know if we open ourselves up, being trusting and loving, to invite others into a circle, and these others will become worse than those we've prepared against? How do you know? Do our circle grow as Christ draws near? Or do we begin to dwindle that circle down to those who we know will be what? Will be a security, a safeguard, a protection in that day, opposed to a liability. Who can we trust? And I'm going to tell you this right now, folks, outright. If you think people are going off right now, where society, individuals cannot trust one another right now, what do you think is going to happen when the reality comes out? That's right, that we're in a serious food shortage, where the population will be out here scavenging for food. When they cut the social programs, and make no bones about it, folks, the more our people begin to wake up and understand we've been used by the political system and decide to opt out, their answer to that is to cut off all all social programs if we don't comply within their satanic political system that have always destroyed us. So what we're putting out here right now, folks, and listen to me clearly, and I'm going to show you what Christ says concerning this above all. That's right. The prophecies, the things that were written aforetime were written for our learning. And the days we're living in was prophesied, where we would have a low value for one another, and especially when it comes to choosing our friends. There will be a low value system. We would choose our friends based on what? Based on, I would say, the view or the care that you would normally have for a friend. And you would choose a person expecting your view of a friend or a loved one, expecting what you put out to be reciprocated. Right? That's what one would think. Well, I'm choosing friends based on the fact that, I know how I am when it comes to sacrifice, putting myself out there for others, going the extra mile, not expecting, listen to me clearly, not expecting someone to do the same, but in hopes that they would understand the value of my friendship. What happens when you do all that? When you do all that, and I have some copious notes here. And your friendship becomes a sense of entitlement for those who you have helped. Where there's a level of expectation based on entitlement, not appreciation. Yeah, they expect you to do it for them because you're supposed to. And if you decide not to, resentment. Does the Bible talks about that, where a friend can easily turn into an enemy? Well, folks, if that's the case, were they friends to begin with? Were they friends to begin with? Were we loving people, sacrificing ourselves? Were we extending ourselves in love? Listen to me clearly, folks. To fill a void. Right? Who don't want friends? Were we extending ourselves with people only for the social sense of coming together, right? Extending ourselves from the social scenario strictly off of what? The image of this world, and if you don't have a lot of friends, something must be wrong with you. All these little things play in our head, right? But these are the things I'm going to talk about today. Come on in, hit the like button. You don't want to miss this. Share this with those you love. You do not want to miss this particular broadcast. Number one, and I'm going to go into the scriptures. When it comes to a friend, of course, I have copious notes here. We must beware of those who feel entitled to things they didn't work for. Now, hold up. This is wisdom 101 to understand. And listen, I'm not saying cut people off, but we must prioritize and put people in the places they are according to their behaviors, right? And the Most High told us about this going into the last days. There's going to be circles. There's going to be a lot of things going on with people scavenging. And now you're going to have someone behind in your circle that will implode everything if we don't take our time to understand those who are what? Beneficial in our circle and those who are liabilities. First one, and I'm going to put it out there. Number one, we must beware of those who feel entitled to things they didn't work for. Now, I'm going to show you some scriptures on this. How you have to try a friend. You have to try someone. Now, some people ask me, well, Elder Rawchaa, what do you mean try someone? Shouldn't you give everyone the benefit of the doubt? Well, when it says try someone, the Bible tells us that what? Faith without works are dead. Friendship is nothing that someone is just actually entitled to. Right? And I'm going to go into that. Before we expose ourselves, make ourselves vulnerable to a person who would dash us to pieces, who's seeking an opportunity, if the opportunity presents itself to actually destroy you. We wrestle not with flesh and blood. Who should we have in our circles? Knowing that soon the door is going to be closed. And through this, brothers and sisters, you must know that the person that you have around you has your back. First and foremost, like I mentioned earlier, we must beware of those who feel entitled to things they didn't work for. That's number one, and I'm going to talk about that in a moment. And we have to beware of those. Listen to this. Now, let me go back real quick. Let me run this back so you can understand what I'm talking about. How do you try someone? Let me go back there to know if they are a friend. You know when you can recognize someone that's in your corner? You know when? When you tell that person no. Or when there's a serious disagreement. How their actions in that moment will show you exactly what you've always dealt with. Or it'll let you know what you need to know before the door is closed. Eventually you're going to be trapped with some people that you would have did what? Moved away from, made space between while there was time. This is when you know. This is how you try a friend. And I'm going to go through the scriptures on that. You know a friend in times of disagreement, when you don't see eye to eye, or when you tell the person no. Their reaction will says everything. Right? Their reaction will tell you, oh, okay. Because you have some people who feel that they are entitled to you, everything that belongs to you, even if they didn't work for it. Right? So we're going to talk about that tonight. Oh, yeah. Do we have a discussion tonight? Hit the like button. Hit the like button. We jumping right in. Who can we trust in the end? Now, why am I going here? First and foremost, the elder of Ohio in Cleveland sent me a video that a brother sent him this morning. The brother went to the market to get, to pick up a few things for dinner. And to his surprise, this happened. To his surprise.
Elder, check this out. They got pictures up because there's nothing on the shelves. Elder,
I'm going to take that back. Elder, check this out. He said, Elder, check this out. Supermarket. Look.
Elder, check this out. They got pictures up because there's nothing on the shelves.
Look at that.
Crazy. Check this out. They got pictures.
The illusion of food. You see how it says low prices? They have a banner to make one believe that the shelves are stocked at a glance. When you go in there at a glance, their illusions are everything. Come to find out, the majority of supermarkets all over are switching out products each week that they no longer carry to make you believe that all of the supermarkets are carrying the same products and that nothing is running out. If they have a certain brand in this place this week, they'll move that brand to another place a few miles down where you cannot get it in this store, but it was the same. That's right. It was the same stock that they packed off the shelves and moved it to a store up the street. So that the people within the community wouldn't think that, okay, we're running out of stuff. Or they didn't have it at this store, but they have it at this store. They have it at this store this week. So that product is still being shipped to stores. The illusion of food. Hey, we have to find out who's in our corner, folks. We got to find out what people that will bring you down.
Elder, check this out. They got pictures up because there's nothing on the shelves.
Look at that.
Crazy.
And I thank that brother for sending that video to me. I get news all the time, folks. And I said, you know what? Even in small moments, brothers and sisters, in moments that you might not really pay attention to, you better know when the Most High is giving you an opportunity to know who's around you. If there's disagreements, spats, let me tell you how one operates in a small matter, they're even worse in a greater matter. When you see these little spats over nothing, disagreements over nothing, arguments over that really mean nothing, and you sitting there arguing over that small stuff, when it gets big, that's when that demon that we should have recognized a long time presents itself. And you know what? Then it's too late to do anything about it, because why? You're trapped with it. A lack of bread. For the last, 6-7 years, we've been telling people to prepare food, and now here we are. And why did I title it, Who Can We Trust to the End? Well, when resources dries up and the majority of the world didn't prepare, it's going to be pandemonium out there. Chaos. And if we will destroy each other over almost nothing right now, what's going to happen when the world wakes up to realize that we're in what? Artificial scarcity. They are doing what? They're creating this famine, folks. Knowing that what? It affects the poor more inordinately. And crime will go up. We're going to start destroying each other. People in our own households. People that we thought was down with us. Folks, will betray. Take us out. I'm going to go over this real quick. I'm going to talk about this, right? Can we trust our politicians first and foremost? Right? Who can we trust in the time of the end? Let's see if we can trust our politicians. And believe it or not, folks, the power structure are instigating a what? A cataclysm of its citizens. Okay? They're orchestrating it. So instead of us, what? Organizing, backing each other, supporting each other in the time of the famine, nah, that vitriol, that hatred, all of that stuff we have one against another will only manifest itself, what? 100-fold. Can we trust the top politicians to the end? Can we trust men? Can we trust women? Who can we trust? Elder Lawya, I got to bring you in real quick first. Come on. Elder Lawya, come on in. Come on in, Elder Lawya. Come on. Hold on. I got to bring Elder Lawya in. Hold on.
Yes, sir. Shalom.
Shalom. I was going to wait, but no, I'm going to bring you right in right now, Elder Lawya. Right now. Right now. Right now. Let me get this clear. Round of applause for Elder Lawya.
All right. Shalom, family.
Elder Lawya, real quick before I jump in.
Yes, sir.
I was talking about beware of those who feel entitled to things they didn't work for. Okay? This is how we create what? Grown adults. But these grown adults has what? And what I would call an arrested development.
Right.
The entitlement of what? Of a child, because they're used to people giving things to them. Beware of those who feel entitled to things they didn't work for. Understand that. And we're in a society that breeds that type of people. People of entitlement believe that someone is supposed to give them something they didn't work for. And then it's beware of those in the space of a disagreement. Listen. Who would meticulously run to your known adversary. Right?
Yes, sir.
So all the time they were friends, but no soon as y'all have a disagreement, this person runs to the person who they know has a problem with you. So in their mind the whole time, there was some resentment. And I'm talking about two-facedness, right? Where in a time, as soon you have entitled people that as soon as you correct their behavior or as soon as you what? Listen, as soon as you say no, they'll find your adversary and side against you. Now, I know a lot of us, hey, I know a lot of you saying there's a lot of amens going on right now out there, right? But I'm not saying this just because of experiences I've gone through. I know you've gone through a lot of these things, Elder Lawya and other people. But this is what happened with Christ.
Absolutely.
When Judas didn't get his way, pouting, upset because he wanted the money for that alabaster box. So instead of him swallowing his pride and realize, Christ has been a real friend. I'm going to swallow this one. Even if I think he's wrong, I'm going to take the bad. Nah, you know what? Let me go to who? The Pharisees and scribes and let them know that I'm willing to open the door for them to crucify him. His friend. He could have took the bad. He could have swallowed and said, you know what? Let me let me sleep overnight. Let me do this. The scriptures tell you that Judas betrayed Christ because he wanted the price of that alabaster box, because he was a thief. But he had to make Christ look like the bad one. Man, listen, this money should be for the poor. So they'll always come with the line that most people would accept, so that the majority would side with them. They'll come with some story to make you think that they're the ones standing on a moral high ground over you, right? When really in their hearts, they're looking to deceive or take. Beware of those who run to your adversaries, or those who they know are against you, in the heat of their emotions. You have to beware of people like that, because you have to take inventory and say, okay, when stuff breaks down, when there's no food, when there's no that, what is this person going to do? What are they going to do? And as soon as you give them what they want, they'll snap back as if nothing happened. Oh yeah, well, you know how thank you. When it was just throwing a grown tantrum to get what they want at any expense. Brothers and sisters, we must be careful of this, and I'm going to talk about this tonight on this program. Right? We're going to talk about this. Elder Lawya, let's go into the Apocrypha real quick, if we may.
Yes, sir.
Let's go straight to the Apocrypha, where it says, don't be quick to give someone credit. And that's another thing. We run around, yeah, that's my boy, yeah, that's my girl. Nah, you don't know who your real friends are until a circumstance come in where either of you don't see eye to eye. And it's how you deal with that experience and overcome it. That's developed, that strengthens the friendship. When little spats, right? When little spats and disagreements, when these don't lead to utter breakups and destructions of one another. When the friendship is better down the line because of that disagreement. You should be able to tell a family member, your brother, your sister, your friend, no. You should be able to tell them no and not have them see you any differently. See? So that's when it says try a friend. Read that real quick, Elder Lawya. Let's talk.
Yes, sir. Starting off in the book of Sirach, in the Apocrypha, chapter 6, verse number 1. Instead of a friend, become not an enemy.
Read that again.
But thereby...
Hold up, Lawya. Read that again.
Yes, sir. Instead of a friend, become not an enemy.
And see, we know how to exercise this. You can say what you want about the corporate world. But the environment is constructed in a way, Elder Lawya, where you have to be cordial and respectful for those who are employed in that same business, and work with that person and work with these people as a team, even if they hate your guts and you hate them. Even if y'all don't like each other, the overall objective for the team overrides your emotions. So it's not like we don't know how to get this done. How many times we work with a boss who we couldn't stand? Right? How many times we worked at a job and really emotions clash because you didn't see eye to eye, but you don't have to go home with these people, but you learn how to work with them. And that's why the Bible says what? It says, instead of a friend, make not an enemy. You don't have to be friends. But there's a way of keeping relationships intact. A cordial relationship enough to where you both can share resources and help each other in your time of need, instead of cutting something off. Instead of cutting a person off. I'm done with you. I'm cut. Nah. That's not how a functional nation operates. People are needed. And we're not and guess what? We're not outright. What are you going to go make new friends? Make new family? Read that again, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. Sirach 6:1. Instead of a friend, become not an enemy.
Become not an enemy. Let cool heads prevail. You don't have to be my friend, but you don't have to be my enemy either. And usually one becomes an enemy when they say things in the height of an emotion. When they seek to destroy a person at the height of an emotion without understanding the power of temperance, patience. You're in your emotions, and now you are a host for a demon who seek to destroy, lie, kill. Right? Come on, Elder Lawyer, let's read it.
Yes, sir. Instead of a friend, become not an enemy.
Come on.
For thereby thou shalt inherit an ill name, shame, and reproach.
See?
Even so.
You have an ill name, shame, and reproach. You know why? Because the people you running your mouth to can't trust you either now. They'll listen. They'll listen to you. But no sooner as you have a disagreement with them, any person of any level of intelligence or have understanding of what's going on will understand that this is how you are. If you're going to treat your person, some person that you cared about or just yesterday said all these great things about, and the next day they're the enemy, that person with any sense will realize, you know what? I can't trust you either. Right? So instead of a friend, make not an enemy. Who can we trust to the end? Will our circles increase or decrease as we come closer to the end, folks? Finish reading, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. For thereby thou shalt inherit an ill name, shame, and reproach. Even so shall a sinner that hath a double tongue.
Even so shall a sinner that have a double tongue. Right? Think about it. Even Christ said himself, and this should be a law in understanding the wisdom of Christ, who stated, it's not what goeth into a man that defileth a man, but what cometh out of his mouth. See? Now, he wasn't talking about unclean food. He was talking about the tradition of eating with unclean hands. You may have a little dirt on your food or whatever the case is, but it's not going to destroy you. Right? When the Pharisees and scribes were pushing the tradition and, the disciples were famished and began to grab the bread without first washing their hands. And, they were reprimanded by the Pharisees for breaking that tradition. And Christ told the Pharisees, man, listen, it's not what goes into a man. It's not the dirt on their hands that's going to destroy them. It's what comes out of their mouth. See? And we're gonna show you the power of the tongue. We're gonna go into the power of the tongue today. But keep in mind, this is how you try a friend when there's a disagreement. Do you and your family almost go to blows in certain instances? Right? Do you have people willing they'll say things as if they never knew you because these particular people aren't getting their way? Well, understand that will be 1,000-fold when stuff breaks down and there's no food. Finish reading, Elder Lawyer. Come on.
Yes, sir. Verse number 2. Extol thyself not in the counsel of thine own heart, that thy soul be not torn in pieces as a bull straying alone.
Read that again.
Extol not thyself in the counsel of thine own heart.
Extol thyself not in the counsel of your own heart. There's a disagreement now, and you are alone. In your mind, formulating all types of negative against a person. When now, you know what happens? All the good that friend did with you never existed. That's why it says, don't extol thyself in thine own heart. The heart is deceitfully wicked above all things. Who can know it? And now you're in your mind because you didn't get your way or you're hurt or whatever the case is. And now what? That's right. A spirit, an entity is saying, listen, you can't, there's no way you can let this go. That's extolling things in your own heart. I need a reaction to have this person understand how I feel. They must feel what I feel. Vengeance. And eventually it's what? Read it again, Elder Lawyer.
Extol not thyself in the counsel of thine own heart, that thy soul be not torn in pieces as a bull straying alone.
That your soul be not what? Torn in pieces as a bull straying alone. Folks, because this person will actually formulate an understanding within themselves that all the people that they have had what? Friction with, that's how they perceive it. Every last person that they've had an adverse relationship with or a spat with, every last one were wrong. And they'll find a way to justify cutting people off to a degree where you're like a bull straying alone, right? And every time, you know how bulls are. They try to break a bull and they get on a bull and they'll try to throw you off. This is what happens with a person, folks, who have extolled thoughts in their own heart and have made everyone on the outside of them an enemy. Why? Usually is when they can no longer use the person. Here we go. Let's go into what's a friend, folks. You try a person by sometimes saying, you know what? Nah, I can't be your crutch. I can't do this anymore. You know what I mean? I'll be here for you, but nah. It's time for you to take the next steps into life without what? Without using people. And usually when that happens, you'll find out when you say no, whether or not that person is a true friend. Right? Let's go real quick. Elder Lawyer, what's a friend according to the Bible? Let's go.
Sir.
Now, I'm going to tell you, it's okay to have friends if you know what a friend is. A friend is valuable. A friend is worth his weight. Let me tell you, there's no value or price you can put on a real friend. So they're good. But you have to understand what a friend looks like according to the word. Okay. Let's go into a friend, Elder Lloyd. Let's go real quick.
Yes, sir. Jumping down to verse 5, Sirach 6 and 5. Sweet language will multiply friends, and a fair-speaking tongue will increase kind greetings.
See that? Read that again, Elder Lloyd.
Sweet language will multiply friends.
Sweet language will multiply friends. And we're not talking about someone who's flattering or someone who's charming. It's talking about politeness.
Mm-hmm.
A person who's polite, who's not always hard. Every place they come in, they come in with a guard up. No. And let me tell you, society have made a lot of us this way, where we have to go into every environment guarded, and the people within that environment have to show us, show us how they treat us, whether or not, a guard can be let down. We go in like, and then when the person's nice and be like, well, yeah. No, we should walk into all scenarios as polite people. But you have people out there, I don't owe you anything, and they're always nasty. Their face is always frowned up. It's a spirit. And you know why? Because a lot of people, our people, I'm speaking of believers in particular, folks, have created this entitlement where we will allow people to operate outside of what? Outside of what they claim to believe. You're supposed to be friendly, nice. Doesn't matter what I'm going through. If you see me, no matter what, if I go to the church one day afterwards, I'm setting things up and it's not a facade. Listen, I believe what? We're supposed to give others, brothers and sisters, the gift of being cordial and nice. Come on, Elder Lawya.
Yes, sir. Verse 5. Sweet language will multiply friends, and a fair-speaking tongue will increase kind greetings.
And a fair-speaking tongue will do what?
Will increase kind greetings.
Will increase kind greetings. Some people wonder, well, why when I walk around, nobody say anything to me, or it usually, and some people think, well, because maybe I'm intimidated. No, they must be intimidated by me. Nah. You're giving off something that you don't recognize, something that was developed, and it's really, believe it or not, it's a negative that's been developed, a guard that a lot of us have put out there as a defense mechanism. At a time we didn't want people coming up to us, or we would get what, we would get others compromising our space, or whatever the case is. But then you put on a defense mechanism and keep it there when you go out in public, not realizing it's there. Right? A defense mechanism that we use as a form of protection. More so women have to deal with that than men, knowing that people come up to them, hey, can I pump your gas? How you doing? Every other, I can understand them to a degree, but you have to realize that you wear this as an accessory that you can't see. You use it as a defense mechanism that you can't see because you're used to operating like that, used to walking like that. But others can see it in front of you. They can see it in you. And you wonder, why won't nobody say hi to me? And it's what you're giving off. Read on. Let's talk about how can you recognize a friend? And I'm not saying make an enemy, folks. And a lot, it's not that cut and dry. Either someone is a friend or they're an enemy. It's not that simple. You can have a person who's not your friend, but they're not your enemy either.
Right.
But the mistake we make, anyone that's halfway nice, we put everyone in the friend zone without trying them. Understanding who to pick amongst those in our proximity who will be an asset for protection in that day of trouble when things run out in the end. Who would you rather be in a room with or in a community with when it all breaks out? So anyone that's nice to us, we put them in the friend zone. And it's not. They don't have to be a friend, but they don't have to be an enemy either. And this is what we do. We either put them in one category or the other. When the Bible is, who can we trust to the end? You must understand what a friend is. Okay? Let's read it.
Yes, sir. Verse 6.
Yeah, it's not just black or white. Either they're down with me or they're my enemy. Okay, and even Paul says, that we can be no longer like little children. When he was a child, he thought like a child. He acted like a child. But when he became a man, he put away childish things. It's talking about how you think. Right? Come on, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. Verse 6.
Oh, man, we got 2,400 people in there. We going up. Oh, y'all doing a great job. Hit the like button. Just about 40, 50 people, if you don't mind, just hit the like button for me real quick. That'll be nice, all right? Just 40 or 50 people would be good enough. I really appreciate it. But go on, Elder Lawyer. Let's do it.
Yes, sir. So Rawchaa 6, verse 6. Be in peace with many, nevertheless, have but one counselor of 1,000.
Come on.
If thou wouldest get a friend, prove him first, and be not hasty to credit him.
If you was to get a friend, prove him first. And I'm not saying when you meet somebody, you have a bucket list and all that other crap that people do to try to see if they're down. Nah. This isn't a calculating or trying a friend for your circle. Okay, this is someone who's now they've made it in where there's interaction. They're in the same social circles or whatever the case is. But you try a friend. How do you try a friend? Right? When certain instances happens where you may need a tire change or something happens in an emergency, you know they can be there, whatever the case might be. But like, well, okay, that's cool. And they're not asking for anything in return. You know what I mean? I can reciprocate with that. Christ says, if a man say go a mile, go twain with him. Okay, this person goes the extra mile and expects nothing. Or this woman expects nothing in return, right? But that's not the real space, the place in which you're going to know whether or not this person is down with you. And who will be what? Security with you in your time of need. When a disagreement happens, okay? When a disagreement occurs, that will tell you all you need to know. Not to cut the person off and put them in the enemy zone, but to know, how they deal with disagreements or in a stressful moment. What's coming, folks, is a serious stressful moment. It's called Jacob's trouble. Right? So when you tell this person no or a disagreement, if they run off in a tangent and start going off and start saying you were never a good person and projecting all their past relationships on you, now you realize, well, okay, I needed to see this. Not that you're going to become my enemy, but I know what circumstances not to trust you under in the future. See? Read. Come on, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. Verse number 7.
Yep.
If thou wouldest get a friend, prove him first, and be not hasty to credit him. For some man is a friend for his own occasion, and will not abide in the day of thy trouble.
Because some people are friends for their own occasion. They're there to get something out of you. Now, I'm not saying that this is a calculated effort. Sometimes people operate like this subconsciously. They're used to just using people around them as a means of living. So it's not as if they're targeting people, right? But the Bible tells you there's some people are there because what? A deal is on the table. There's something that they see they can benefit from with you in their lives. It's not just a shared relationship. They're looking to get something out of the deal. Right? And let me tell you, business deals are done all the time like that. But there's a difference between a business partner where you both agree what you're getting out of it. That's right. And a friend. And you must know the difference. Somebody that's coming with, who knows? Maybe you have, let me give an example that we can all agree with here, right? Where, we have a PG type situation here. Understood it is Bible. Here's a situation people can understand. All right, okay? You have an orange tree on your property, and that's right. They want to open up an orange juice, an orange juice stand. Okay? Let's put it that way. They see you have something that can benefit them, and there's nothing wrong with it if you're getting something out of the deal, because now we understand, okay, this a person when things break down, I can barter with. That's not my enemy. They're here for an occasion, but if I understand that, I can set the parameters on our relationship that can benefit both of us down the line without trusting them into my circle. See? Come on, Elder Lawyer. Give me some wisdom in here tonight now. Stick with us. Come on.
Yes, sir. Sirach 6 and 9. And there is a friend who being turned to enmity and strife will discover thy reproach.
There is an enemy who sits around quiet, collecting a what? A negative dossier against you because they're envious. And what you believe, what one might believe yourself is casual, innocent conversation. They're looking for weaknesses in you. Okay? They're looking for something they can use at a later date to destroy you. They're looking for an occasion. Okay? There's people like that. Read it again, Elder Lawyer. Listen to me clearly.
Yes, sir. Again, there is a friend who being turned to enmity and strife will discover thy reproach.
When they get upset, all those casual conversations that were nothing but friendship conversations, they're all going to be brought up, what? In a negative light. I always knew you was like this because when you said this and we was at this place and you said that, you're going to find out this person was keeping a tab on everything you did. Why? Because they viewed you negatively. They were an enemy who resented you. But your naivety or giving someone the benefit of the doubt overshadowed what you should have been examining. They were resenting you the whole time. See, and that's why we have to understand who we operate with when we're under our liberties, when we're letting our head down, when we be in ourselves amongst the family who's supposed to do what? Keep those moments as a point of discretion and strength for each other. See? It's a shame that I'm going to tell you folks, and this is why to a degree outside of the church and all that, I'm a recluse. You have to almost make yourself a recluse because people are looking at you and you hope that they can honestly see you for who you are without them, because they're thinking it's an angle somewhere. Okay? You can be talking to a person, they smiling and all that, but yet they resent you. Now, some people might ask, well, I don't want to think this of people that's in my circle. Who do? Who does? So how do I know the difference? And I know that question will come up too. I don't want to look at everyone as a potential enemy or spy that's looking to destroy me. That's not living. So I'm going to be myself. I'm going to be who I am Especially when I know that there's no ill intentions against other people, but I'm going to be wise concerning who's in my circle and who's around me. So some people might ask, well, how do you know when a person has a propensity to turn on you, right? Listen, here's the wisdom, folks. Come on. I know y'all seen that title tonight. Who can we trust to the end? I know y'all was like, oh, this is gonna be some. We're gonna deal with some juicy content tonight on the righteous side. You're gonna have the wisdom to know. And if we had this wisdom coming up, growing up, and at one time we did, folks. You have that guy sitting on the step. He's watching everything. Or a guy around the corner. I remember this dude named Steve. No, his name was Stephen. Growing up in Philadelphia. There's another dude named Bob. When I was on 15th and Diamond. These are the guys who would pull you to the side and say, yo, June. Not her, okay? Or not him. This guy been casing you for the last 2 weeks. All right? I stepped to him and said, listen, not that young boy. You ain't going to do nothing to that young boy because why? He's going somewhere in life. They was going to try to set you up. We used to have people that looked out for us in the hood who we didn't even know was looking out for us, folks. That wisdom was once there where the older women would sit there, they plaiting hair, they got the gray hair sometimes and all that. They used to do stuff like sit on the stoop, Lawya. They have their newspaper out cracking crab legs and all that back then and on. You know what they did on the stoop? And they'll tell you straight up, stay away from that girl. Or stay away from that guy. That guy's going to jail. He's destined for jail. And don't you know, folks, 2 or 3 weeks later, who is that same person that they warned us about? In jail. And no one is surprised they locked up. We used to have the elderly look out for us and be in a position as overseers to protect the children, to protect those who were coming up who were naive. And it taught us how to view things. But it's a bad case in our society now because we got the older crowd, our elders, outright, not all, in our church, they're outstanding. I'm talking about in the world in general, who's trying to compete on the level of the young people. No one wants to grow up anymore and be the watchman and be the watchwoman over a society. Everyone wants to be, at an arrested development, afraid to grow old and be the wisdom to actually navigate our youth. Y'all don't hear me today, man. Come on, let's go. Come on.
Yes, sir. Verse 10. Again, some friend is a companion at the table and will not continue in the day of thy affliction.
That's how you know if this person was a friend or not. They're only there when there's something for them to benefit for. When there's a benefit there. Read it again, Elder Lawya, chapter and verse. And see, it's a shame they took this apocrypha out of the Bible. This is the wisdom we needed in the Christian church, folks, growing up. Instead of just learning through experience. And that's the best. Sometimes we fall to learn, and it's good if we've learned from the experience, the bad experiences, not to repeat them. But it wouldn't have been better if this was being taught from the pulpit, right? Come on, Elder Lawya, let's go.
Yes, sir. Verse number 10. Again, some friend is a companion at the table and will not continue in the day of thy affliction.
That person will not continue in the day of your affliction. That means when you're going through hell, when you need them, and after you've been there for them, guess what? These people in the day of distress are nowhere to be found. And they'll duck you on purpose, knowing they heard about what happened with you. They'll duck you on purpose. Oh no, yeah, I mean my ringer was off. Da 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 da. They'll duck you. In your time of need, they're nowhere around. But you know what? As soon as you get out of the jam, guess who's coming around the corner? Soon as you're out of the jam, here they comes. You know why? Because they were viewing the circumstance the whole time. Just knew that what? They weren't going to contribute to this scenario because they are not givers, but takers. They're not givers. That's how you recognize. They're only there to take. Know a friend. Come on now. Let's go, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. Verse number 11. But in thy prosperity he will be as thyself, and will be bold over thy servants.
In your prosperity, this person, he or she, will be like yourself. Inseparable. Everywhere you go, there you go. When things are going good, they're with you. See? That's right, folks. And you go out, you go to dinner, you're taking the tab, and they know you paying, and the next thing you know, they talking about, well, yeah, you know, no, I want the T-bone steak. They running the servants around and everything, right? Making sure they down the drinks first so that they can get another round before everybody else step in. That's right. They'll be in control of all the servants, which means everyone there in the space. That's right. This particular person feel they are entitled to everything that belongs to you and everyone around you. Okay? Yeah, that's right, folks. I'm going to be straight with you. I know everybody going to crack up here. And when a check comes, they're in the bathroom. Okay? Look at Lawya. When a check comes, they're in the bathroom. You know what I mean? They looking to see when the tip is going to be on the table. And next thing you know, they're like, oh, yeah, I'm getting tired. You know, it's, well, hey, you want to hang? No, Uber be here in 10 minutes. My Uber is 7 minutes out. Read that again, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir.
Oh, you can come in anytime, Elder. I'm telling you like it is. The scriptures breaks it down. These are the people that's going to sell you out when everything breaks. When everything breaks down, if you don't recognize who these people are and prioritize where they should be, they're going to be right in your space in the time of the end, compromising everything that you have worked for. Right? Who can we trust in the time of the end? Come on, let's go, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. Sirach 6, verse number 11. But in thy prosperity he will be as thyself, and will be bold over thy servants. If thou be brought low, he will be against thee, and will hide himself from thy face.
If you are brought low, he's going to take the side of your enemy. So, you know what? So this is what I watch. I watch when someone has something negative about me or may say something where it's not in my favor. I watch the people I care about. I watch where they side. If everything someone have to say something negative and everything, and they're like, well, yeah, you shouldn't. Yeah. And they're on this side, I'm like, well, I won't say anything, but I'm like, okay. That person ain't my enemy, but I know, okay. Okay. Anyone that has an opposing opinion, this person is on that side. Automatically. So that tells you, it's not a dispute, it's an argument, but it's something that should be observed. Not that you're looking for someone to take sides. But if someone is always on the opposing side of you, in every instance, here's some wisdom, folks. It's taking inventory to know how you will be able to maneuver and do what you need to do without it an hindrance that should have been separated or dealt with before it became an end-day hindrance. An end-day hindrance where now they're in the circle, they're with you, and you know what? And there's no other place to go. And now you have people who with this type of behavior within your camp, within your circle. Come on, Elder Lawyer. Come on.
Yes, sir. Verse number 13. Separate thyself from thine enemies and take heed of thy friends.
When it says separate thyself from thine enemies, that's not saying, like I said, it's not black or white. It's not you running away, making that person an enemy. It's none of that. It's you prioritizing that relationship and making sure this person is never in a position to compromise you. Okay? That's why the scripture says, instead of a friend, make not an enemy. So some people, guess what? Some people just don't mesh. Some people aren't compatible. Some people can be friends to others, but who you are isn't compatible to the person. Right? So all of those emotions and all those different scenarios can play. So you're not to make an enemy because you've experienced that. This is how you can prioritize who's in your circle and make sure that they're not a liability in the time of the end. See? Come on, Elder Lawyer. Let's go. Let's read it.
Yes, sir. Verse 14. A faithful friend is a strong defense, and he that have found such an one have found a treasure.
That's right. A friend like this is what? A defense. And he that found such a one have found a treasure. A friend is not a person who's going to hold something you said or did in the past against you because there's a disagreement today. When a friend say that they're going to forgive, when they say, I forgive you, it's an honest forgiveness. Okay, it's an honest forgiveness. When they say, when a real friend say, I forgive you, or they'll let you know. A real friend will tell you, I cannot forgive you. Because the Bible says rebuke, and if thou repent, then forgive. You have to apologize. There's steps that have to be, that you must put in place for me to forgive you. But you're going to show me that you understand the pain that was caused. You're going to repent, and then I'll forgive. Even Christ says, rebuke. That's letting someone know what they did wrong. And if thou repent, forgive. A real friend is not going to just let you off the hook on that because what? I said I'm sorry. Nah, you're going to have to articulate what you did and why you did it. All that saying you sorry without going into the actual offense is disingenuous. A real friend is going to hold you to task. They're going to say, you're going to need to articulate how we got here. You're going to have to be able to express it and illustrate it. Okay? Where it's not me telling you what you did wrong. You were able to do some self-examination along with valuing our relationship. And at that point, when you tell me what you did wrong and why you did it, I'll forgive you. And if you start pointing to me and say, well, I did it because you, well, nah, that's not going to work either. Separate me out of it with your actions to tell me exactly what you did and why you did it, and I'll forgive you. If you're projecting that I did something that, that led you to offense, that's right. That's you absolving yourself in an instance with two people. If it goes back on the other person, you're not really sorry. So a real friend is going to hold you to task. See? Because a real friend are valuable. They understand how valuable they are to people. They love hard, they give, they don't ask for anything in return, and the last thing they need is what? That's right. Someone who doesn't appreciate a friend. Right? Come on. That's why the Bible says repent, and it says rebuke, and if thou repent, forgive. All this stuff where people you have some people to talk to you and say, well, listen, I said I'm sorry, and can't even articulate what they've done. And listen, if you can't forgive me, you talking about Christ, you haven't told me what you've done. What are you talking about? Forgive you for what? Because if you can't articulate what you've done, there's a great, you know what? There's a high chance we'll be here again in a week or in a month. There's a high chance that we're going to go through this discussion again, and we're tired of it. We can't do this anymore. Right? Come on, Elder Lawya, let's go.
Yes, sir. Verse number 16. A faithful friend is the medicine of life.
A faithful
and they that
friend
fear the Lord
is a what?
In fact, verse 15, nothing doeth countervail a faithful friend, and his excellency is invaluable.
And his excellency is invaluable. Now, there's a lot I want to talk about friends real quick, right? But jumping right in. Okay, thank you. Y'all doing a great job on the likes. I really appreciate that. Jumping right in, brothers and sisters. Jumping right in. Who can we trust to the end? Can we trust politicians? Can we trust the people in our circles? Can we trust family? Well, we're gonna have to figure this out quickly. I'm gonna tell you right now, we're going to have to figure this out immediately because why?
I'm Ami Horowitz, and I'm here in Berkeley.
I'm gonna pull this up. We have to figure this out because obviously, eventually, people will be moved into their own. That's right. Listen to me clearly, folks. Into their own circles. Okay? Into their own circles. And I'm going to tell you this right now, folks. Society is forcing that. Where everyone must take a side. And we have to know who eventually will be stuck with. Okay? In preparation of food, rations, assets, whatever that case is, whoever you bring in, because there's people watching you store food and do all these other things while they just sitting around living their life like nothing is going to occur. But people are watching those who are preparing. And what are they thinking? I don't have to prepare because one day this believer is going to give me their stuff. And how they're acting right now, what they're doing right now, proves that. If they're used to just giving, if they're just used to getting your stuff now, they will be entitled to your stuff when all the stuff runs out in their minds. Listen to me, folks. Listen to me. Right? Now, we have believers, and then we have what? 80 to 90% of the population who's going to be scavenging out there. I'm talking about people from the tent cities. 60%. It's deep that this was brought out by Elder Rawchaa in the academy. And folks, y'all got to get in this academy. May 22nd. You don't want to miss it. I'm going to be talking about that in a minute. All right. May 22nd. Y'all have to be there, folks. I mean, go to historytimes.org, but I'm going to go to that later. In the academy, Rawchaa brought out outright, brothers and sisters, that do you know in the United States alone that over 60% of Americans, American adults, is on some form of psych meds. Now they call it what? Some sort of depression medication. Okay. Now that's inordinately numbered amongst women opposed to men. That's right. 1 out of every 4 women are on some level of psychotropics for depression. Now, of course, let's give it the medically or the politically correct name, antidepressants. 60% of the population are popping pills, to move them out of the reality of what this life has become. So we're going to have to contend with that. We have to contend with the tent cities. Okay? And we have to contend with a community that was taught to not value life. I'm going to go there. Proverbs 29:1, Elder Lawya.
Yes, sir. Proverbs 29, verse 1.
And this is how, listen. And this is how we choose those of our circle down the line. Another thing clearly is what? That's right. You must take inventory of people who scorn or who do not like to be corrected. Where you know that it's a conflict if you were to correct them. Take inventory of what we're saying, folks, right now, because it may seem small, but what's about to break out soon? When the reality of the life we're living in and the outcomes that came from these gas prices skyrocketing and really food isn't getting to the markets. I'm going to tell you, folks, take inventory of people right now. Especially a person who becomes an enemy after correcting that person. Let's go to Proverbs 29:1. Read it, Elder Lawya.
Yes, sir. Proverbs 29, verse 1.
Come on.
He that being often reproved hardeneth his neck shall suddenly be destroyed.
It says he that is what?
He that being often reproved hardeneth his neck.
A person who's often corrected. Reproof is correction. That means they're hearing the same thing from other people and know it's a fault. But instead of correcting themselves, they harden their hearts and begin to convince themselves that everyone else is incorrect. Everyone else are the problem. Read.
He that being often reproved hardeneth his neck shall suddenly be destroyed, and that without remedy.
Exactly. Will suddenly be destroyed, and that without remedy. There's no fixing a person who cannot see their faults. And when they're corrected, they what? They become abrasive. They'll become your enemy. How many people that, outright be indignant, disrespectful, and all that, and we'll say, well, I can't say nothing to this person, because I'm trying. Let's avoid confrontation. You won't even say nothing. You can't even, in a nice manner, correct this person, knowing that there will be a conflict or confrontation. Take inventory of that, folks. Is this someone you want to be locked behind closed doors for about a month with, or 2 months, or in a camp with, or farming with? See? Read that piece again, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. Proverbs 29, verse 1.
Yep.
He that being often reproved hardeneth his neck shall suddenly be destroyed, and that without remedy.
And that without remedy. If you don't take inventory of this person who become an enemy, after correction, you know what? Guess they're going to be destroyed. But guess who's going out with them? Those who are around them. That's who's going out too. This is a kamikaze movie. He or she isn't going out alone. So the warning signs were there. The wisdom was out there. The circumstances where someone would try their friendship to be trusted was out there. But the naive would allow this person to continue operating without what? Without change. And eventually, this person becomes a what? You got it, a liability, folks. Another thing, temperamental people. Who can we trust in the end? You have to watch people's behavior, know what medications they're on, all of that, folks. And when we meet people, if you're going to meet new people, you have to ask the hard questions. What medications are you on? First and foremost, do you believe in the Most High? All right. Now, I'm not in the position, I'm not looking, I'm not in this world, we're in the end of the world. I'm not out there looking for new friends. Right? But it's who the church brings in. And the relationship we develop one amongst another. Okay? And I'm going to show you that. We have to let the Most High, through circumstance, show us our true friends. And I'm going to show you this. It's 8:30, man. I'm behind the time. Oh, my goodness. Elder Lawyer, let's go down to the 22nd verse. Come on. 22.
Yes, sir. Proverbs 29, verse 22.
Come on.
An angry man stirreth up strife, and a furious man aboundeth in transgression.
An angry man does what?
Stirreth up strife.
Stirreth up strife. Someone that's always angry, I'm going to tell you, folks, they stay creating what? Scenarios for friction. Okay? These people are uncomfortable, become uncomfortable, brothers and sisters, in calm moments. When things are calm and there's no conflict, angry people are uncomfortable. It'll be totally fine. No one is thinking anything wrong. And they sit and it'll be totally quiet. And they'll be like, what you thinking? Man, you see that guy over there, man, I think he looked at you sideways. This person causes conflict wherever they go. It can be a peaceful moment and they'll find conflict. Brothers and sisters, you must know these people are in your life and know when it goes down that this person cannot become a liability. Peace makes an angry person uncomfortable. Read that again. Come on.
Yes, sir. Proverbs 29, verse 22.
Hey, Lawya, man, we have to do, you know what? I'm going to tell you right now, we have to do a wisdom class in the academy. We
Absolutely.
have to do, somehow we're going to have to title it Wisdom with Behaviors. And wisdom with everyday behaviors. A wisdom class. What we didn't get in these churches. We have to do a wisdom class, man. Straight out wisdom. How to interact with a person. How a man interact with a woman. How do a woman interact? How do we interact with our children? When do we let go and let the other one stand in their authority, man or woman? When are you becoming overbearing? Based on dysfunctional upbringing. We all came up under dysfunctional upbringing and has normalized it. When we realize that we're getting in the way of wisdom, reverting back to our dysfunctional selves. Elder Lloyd, we got to work on that, right, man. We need a wisdom
Absolutely.
class in the academy. We need it. Right? An angry person. An angry person isn't satisfied unless there's chaos. Right? And that's an angry man. There's nothing worse on earth than an angry man. Because you're already imposing to some degree just by default as a man. There's a certain level of strength comes with that. There's nothing more worse than a grumpy, angry, unsatisfied man that never smiles. Who feel it's a badge of honor to walk around brutish and intimidating. No, you got a demon on you. Okay? It's not softness to be nice. That's not soft. When it says Christ was an austere man, he wasn't indignant. Right? There's nothing worse than an angry man. But you know what? What about an angry woman? Oh man. Let's go to Proverbs 21 and 19. Elder Lawya.
Yes, sir. Proverbs 21, verse number 19.
Come on.
It is better to dwell in the wilderness than with a contentious and angry woman.
It's better to be out in the forest. Make yourself a hut than to be what?
It is better to dwell in the wilderness than with a contentious and an angry woman.
Than with an contentious and angry woman. Oh yeah, it'll never end with an angry woman. Yeah, it's best if you went out and actually built yourself a hut in the forest than to live or to be amongst women who are never satisfied, contentious, privileged, unappreciative. Every place they go, they pointing out, oh yeah, I don't know what she doing. She shouldn't have wore that today. Man, what you gonna do with yourself? And every place you go, she got her mouth frowned up to the point where what? Exactly. It becomes a mold. That's right. The frown becomes permanent, even when she isn't frowning. She frowns so much that the wrinkles have indented itself within her face. And even when she looks straight, you can still see the frown. Instead of us all realizing we don't have no reason to be like this. Guess what? No one is better than another person. All of our righteousness together is as filthy rags. And if we're not living, we're dying. And I'm going to tell you the greatest commodity in life right now, folks. Don't let people tell you that money is the greatest commodity. Money is a defense. Time is the greatest commodity. And how can one waste a life every day being sad, contentious, argumentative, unappreciative? A day you won't get back. What's wrong with giving? What's wrong with, even if you're not giving people anything, what's wrong with giving people what? A smile, a good experience. We have to watch these people because why? It's a lot of things we haven't got over as a people. Our past and the things have been done with us and done against us, and we carry that. See, but when Christ says be born again, he says we must be born again or we will not see the kingdom. It's not talking about just being washed with the water of the word. Washed in water. Renewed in your minds with the wash of the water of the word after the baptism to be what? To totally morph ourselves out of the old man. We're baptized. We continue in the word to build ourselves. And on top of doing that, it says what? You got it. The renewing of our minds. To be born again is to be a new creature in Christ. To not now use the old person as an excuse to stay contentious, argumentative, angry. You're not born again. When you go down miserable and in that water, the Most High have washed away all the past sins and the negative and even the things that others have done with us. Done against us. Dies in the water. We come up a new person with a smile. With a new lease on life. Right? With another opportunity. Right? Matthew 10 and 34, Elder Lawya. Matthew 10 and 34. And then I have a few videos I want to show.
Yes, sir. St. Matthew chapter 10, verse number 34.
Read.
Think not that I'm come to send peace on earth. I came not to send peace, but a sword.
Come on.
For I am come to set a man at variance against his father, and the daughter against her mother, and the daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. And a man's foes shall be they of his own household.
A man's foes shall be they of his own household. That's what Christ said. When you come into this truth, you're born again. You understand who you are, the purpose. And now you begin to take inventory of those around you. Your family probably want to stay in the same miserable rut, believe in the same old wicked traditions of Babylon. So through that process, Christ begins to separate you. Say, your foes shall be they of your own household. And guess what? Your family gonna continue to make choices based on what? The image of the beast. That's right, the image of this world. So that's Christ bringing a separation. See? And it says, the enemy shall be they of their own household. Here we go. Who can we trust to the end? Well, Christ said, the people in your own home may eventually take you out. Why? Yeah, that's right. We wrestle not with flesh and blood. You don't see eye to eye. They believe everything the law of the land is saying, and you're saying, well, listen, I'm going to measure all of my decisions through the Most High and his word first, including you. Including you. I'm not going to judge you, but I'm not going to let this spirit that's still, listen to me clearly, we have received the gift of the Holy Spirit by making a choice. But we're not going to let some old demon that's operating within our loved ones destroy the purpose. And that's why Christ says, what? Think not that I come to send peace on earth. I came not to send peace, but a sword. The enemy shall be they of your own household. When you learn this truth, understand they'll look at you as what? A new creature. A family member they weren't raised amongst. They don't know you. They don't know this new person. A metamorphosis has happened, but the people in the truth don't realize that metamorphosis, that we don't see it, but they do. And to them, believe it or not, they view it as what? Your life change as what? A judgment on their life and how they live, even though you're not. You're not judging how they live, but they view it that way. He or she thinks they're better than us. Every time they taking the Bible literally. These are the things that are running through their minds. They seen that crap online and now they're brand new. That's right, we're brand new. That's what happens when you receive Christ. Right? So now they're already looking at you differently. That will manifest itself in the end, folks. That's what Christ is saying. That will manifest itself. Read it, Elder Lawyer. Come on.
Think not that I am come to send peace on earth. I came not to send peace, but a sword.
Come on.
For I am come to set a man at variance against his father, and the daughter against her mother, and the daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law.
Come on.
And a man's foes shall be they of his own household.
A man's foes shall be they of their own household. I mean, even looking at what happened, Elder Lawyer, within the last couple of years, where there was a defining choice between who was going to take the shot and who wasn't. And it was happening right in people's households, real time. Something that came out of nowhere. Really, what it did, Elder Lawyer, it highlighted the separation that always existed in that household. That's all. It showed that barrier clear. That family wasn't on one accord when it comes to decisions and beliefs. So circumstances, for those who are watching, circumstances show who we can trust in the end. Because when it comes to what? Serious decisions on a national level, on an international level, those that are under the world, under Satan, has one choice, and those who are under Christ have an entirely separate choice. So it showed us a divide that a lot of family members didn't know existed. In their mind, blood is thicker than water. Hey man, what you gonna do, man? This is family, man. Grandma's coming over and you're gonna violate. You're not gonna go do what you gotta do, knowing that grandma come over. Yeah, man, you can kill her coming in here with the code. That's how the world was thinking. You became the enemy, not because you did anything to your family. See? So those circumstances were tests. And I started highlighting those from week to week, saying, well, listen, hey, we got to start having these discussions as family, as believers now, on what are we going to do about our family at any point, at any time, that can believe something on the outside that can compromise us as believers. We can't have those discussions later. the circumstances develop teaches us, and that's Christ doing it, saying, yo, you thought your brother was this. You thought your sister was this. You thought your mother and father was this. I'm showing you what they are. See? I came not to send peace, but a sword. They know better. They've been watching you. They've seen what you've read. They've seen your transformation and still chooses the world. So I'm developing and giving you a real-time circumstance to know when I'm giving you an opportunity to make space. Because what this family member means can actually, that's right, compromise you at the end with what Christ needs from us. This is why Christ said this. Matthew 12:46. Let's go, Elder Lloyd. Come on. And then I'm going to show the mentality.
Yes, sir,
I'm going to show the mentality of what we have to fend against that's out there within our communities. But let's go, Elder Rawchaa. Let's go.
Yes, sir. Matthew 12:46.
Come on.
While he yet talked to the people, behold, his mother and his brethren stood without, desiring to speak with him.
All right.
Then one said unto him, behold, thy mother and thy brethren stand without, desiring to speak with thee.
Now, this is Christ. Now, Christ started off small, but eventually he became so big to a degree. Every place that he began to gather, a multitude would come out to see him. Now, his family ever so often would come to some of his sermons and walk with him, but really, in the initial ministry, his mother and them weren't coming out there like that initially. But when the reputation preceded Christ and it was getting around there, now the family is want to come through, of course, that's my, and there was nothing malicious with the mother and the brothers and all that, right? But the Most High used this scenario, Christ uses this scenario as an example. Because they weren't there before the crowd got there. They came once the crowd was assembled. See? Read that part of the Lawyer. Come on.
Yes, sir. While he yet talked.
And look, Lawyer, the example I'm going to give, excuse me, Lawyer, the example I can give, in the initial part of this ministry when we're learning and getting things together, and guess what, folks? That's right. There's what we call a learning curve in this truth. When you first get in this truth, you're brought low. You have to shed everything and you're brought low. And guess what? With this world that's feeding on image and perception, the last thing family members wanted to be down with was something that they deemed a failure. See? So the initial stages, people were watching, but they're like, I don't know what's going to come of that. But soon as the Most High begin to raise you from the ashes, and the fame comes, and all that hard work from the beginning begins to what? Show forth throughout the world, when the Most High says that he will make fame. He would bring fame, the true fame, to those who do the word. Now the family can now say, well, okay, the image is right. I can now co-sign it. Right? I can agree with it now. When I didn't know which way it was going to go, whether or not anything was going to come from it, I was a little skeptical at first. But now, since other people are talking about it and it's become mainstream, yeah, I'm an Israelite. So now here come mom, here come pop, like, yeah, that's my son, that's my daughter, right? Come on.
While he yet talked to the people, behold, his mother and his brethren stood without, desiring to speak with him.
Come on.
Then one said unto them, behold, thy mother and thy brethren stand without, desiring to speak with thee. But he answered and said unto them that told him, who is my mother, and who are my brethren?
Who are my mother? Who are my brother? Read.
And he stretched forth his hand towards his disciples and said, Behold, my mother and my brethren.
He stretched forth his hand towards the brethren who labored in the work with him. And he says, you know what? My brother and my mother is right here amongst those who are working in the vineyard, bringing forth my kingdom. My disciples, these are they I'll pray for, and these are they who will do what? Bring forth the ministry that can change and that will change the world. Those are in the work is my family. That's the circle that the Most High have developed. Because why? Within the family, within Christ's family, there's accountability. Starting with what? Now, what one does with that is on them. But the accountability comes from the beginning when you go to the water to be baptized, to ask the Most High to forgive you from former sins. That comes with an agreement. So now we can hold each other accountable based on what? A unified doctrine, a unified belief. And that's why he says, my family is those on this side who's doing the work. Finish reading, Elder Lawyer.
And he stretched forth his hand toward his disciples and said, Behold, my mother and my brethren.
My mother, and it says, he that do the, finish reading.
Verse 50. For whosoever shall do the will of my Father which is in heaven,
come on,
the same is my brother and sister and mother.
Those that are doing the work and have done the spiritual sacrifice for believers like us are my what?
Are the same is my brother and sister and mother.
And this is not to say that our blood family isn't our family. They are. But we have to understand there's a difference in family. Those that have been fused through the Spirit of Christ and those who, just through carnal family. There's a difference. And that's why Christ said, well, no, my family are those who have chosen the kingdom. And it's not to say that what? I'm renouncing or going to become something negative to my physical family. But I have to understand these didn't make the choices I made. They have a different objective. And because of that, we cannot allow them to compromise the walk. We have to know who to trust to the end, even above our what? Blood relatives. Now I'm talking the truth right now. Now here's something else here. I said earlier, Judas was a part of one of these guys who was a part of the initial work. He became angry, emotional, and end up selling Christ out, betraying him over to who? The enemy. See? So we must know who we can trust to the end. What comes out of someone's mouth and what they do, we're not to look at it, oh, you shouldn't do that. Oh my God, you off. Thank the Most High when someone shows you who they are. Take inventory and be like, well, okay, that's fine. I'm glad they were able to say something and put out who they were before these same people would have come in quietly to compromise the end of this work. So I don't look at it any other way when I see negative stuff and all that. I'm like, whoa, I'm glad someone put a face with the mouth. Why? Because this is what the Bible says about the mouth. Let's go to James, the 3rd chapter, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. This is James chapter 3, verse number 1.
Come on.
My brethren, be not many masters, knowing that we shall receive the greater condemnation. For in many things we offend all. If any man offend not in word, the same is a perfect man and able also to bridle the whole body.
A person who does what with tongue?
It says, for in many things we offend all. If any man offend not in word, the same is a perfect man, and also able to bridle the whole body.
That's a perfect man who's able to bridle the whole body. A person who doesn't use his mouth to soil his outward. You would say something, and let me tell you, you don't know a fool, and it tell you inside the Proverbs. You don't know a fool until they open their mouths. You don't know someone's intentions until they speak. Someone who can bridle their tongue. That means just because it comes to mind doesn't mean you should say it. See? One who's able to bridle their tongue, to know when to speak in season or not to speak at all. Even if you're thinking something negative. See? Because what? That's right. If something negative comes, you got to understand what that is. That's that's an contentious spirit. And what it does is it begins to work on your belly where you feel something in your stomach. You're like, I gotta say it. It's like, and then the demon is like, he'd cut me loose. Right? That's how it works. But when you fill it up in that belly and you got to be able to say, you know what? There's something striving in my members that's against Christ. There's something striving. I can feel it in my quarters. I can feel it in my belly. It wants to come out. But I can put that in bonds. I know what the thought is. I know what I'm feeling. But now I have to use the Spirit to be able to exercise both good and evil. Knowing that what comes out of my mouth cannot come back. I can't put that back, right? So if you can bridle your tongue in those moments, that's a discipline that teaches us how to interact in other areas, even for survival. You can't be impulsive. How you're impulsive with the tongue, someone is going to go out and do something impulsive, and in the times we're going in, and will lose their life because they couldn't bridle themselves. So the initial thing is what comes out of our mouth. But then we use that discipline in other areas for survival. Right? Come on, Elder Lawyer. Let's go.
Yes, sir. Verse 3. Behold, we put bits in the horses' mouths that they may obey us.
Come on.
And we turn about their whole body.
Yes. A little
Behold
bit.
Also.
Look how powerful horses are, folks. Look how powerful horses are. But a little bit in the mouth. You can take a small apple to turn a complete powerful horse. Okay? That's how powerful the mouth is. That means what? It directs the course of your whole life. What comes out of your mouth can actually set the course of your whole life. And like I said, small examples have taught us this. How many times we rehearse what we're going to say before a job interview? Right? Right? How many times we've framed and thought about it? That's because, you know what? We have the propensity to do it, right? But in instances of disagreements or variances, that's when Satan tries to get you to say that one bit that he know is going to totally hurt or destroy that person outside of you, on the other side of you. Okay, that's how it works. Finish reading, Elder Lawyer. Come on.
Yes, sir. Verse 4. Behold also the ships, which though they be so great, and are driven of fierce winds, yet are they turned about with a very small helm, whithersoever the governor listeth.
A very small helm, whichever the governor listeth. A big ship, folks, is actually stirred by a small rudder, almost as big as my hand. It goes like this, the whole ship turns. That's the mouth. That's the mouth. Read.
Verse 5. Even so the tongue is a little member, and boast of great things.
Come on.
Behold how great a matter a little fire kindleth. And the tongue is a fire, a world of iniquity. So is the tongue among our members.
So is the tongue. So is the tongue amongst our members that does what?
That it defileth the whole body.
That defile the whole body. Read.
And setteth on fire the course of nature, and is set on the fire of hell.
And is set on the fire of hell. Anger, not understanding what to do with our tongue, all of that. Okay, knowing what an enemy is, understanding what a friend, who friends are. Folks, wisdom and knowledge shall be the stability of our time. The wisdom of Christ. Who can we trust in the end? And I'm going to tell you, folks, outright, if we don't measure things according to the word, we're going to compromise with people. We're going to compromise with people the Most High have warned us about through experiences with them. We had experiences that were giving us telltale signs of who these people were and what was controlling them, but yet ignored it. And I'm going to show you why at this point right now, we must take inventory of who we can trust to the end right now. Not to cut people off, but to prioritize them in the place the Most High sent them. And know that if they don't got their thing together, which is their life with Christ, okay, these same people are not going to have access to us or to you like they once did when society fails. And it's coming. It's unfolding right up under us. And if you don't believe me, hold tight. We'll be right back. I have some videos to show, Elder Lawya, that I'm going to have you say what you have to say and then open up the calls. I have some videos. Hey, and I'm just speaking of those with the wisdom of the truth right now. But they're going to let the majority of the population who's on psychotropics and who's all out there out of their minds loose against those who can see, against those who believe. And their sure way of doing it is constructing an earth where there's a lack for bread. A dog-eat-dog world is what they're engineering, folks. We have to understand, you have to understand who's really in your corner. Okay? Hold tight. We'll be right back with the videos. You don't want to miss this. And brothers and sisters, I need you all to hit the like button. Come on, hit the like button for us. And hey, hit the like button. I want other brothers and sisters to come in and see and witness what we're about to witness. And I'm going to show you. Do you want to get locked up, or not locked up, but do you want to be held up into a place of refuge with some of the people we are about to show forth on some of these videos? Hold tight. Elder Lawya, hold on to your Mitri, young man. It's about to get deep up in here this evening. We'll be right back. Hold tight.
Sir.
The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, The first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the Scriptures, when we go throughout extra-biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited. Yes, you are invited. That's right. There's a brand new Hebrew and Bible Academy coming May 22nd. I hope to see you all there. We're going into the creation of the universe, dealing more so with the celestial powers that were created before Earth, who eventually became what? The gods, the fallen gods. So we're going to lead that into, that's right, from the creation of the universe to the second week, tracing the serpent seed, the fallen gods who now controls this realm. We're going to go into that week 1, week 2. We're going to also drop the power of the Ark of the Covenant to show how the Most High is going to use that to help save the children of Israel at the end, when all of the armies of the earth come against our people who are held up in the wilderness. That's right. We're going to be in the wilderness, and the Ark of the Covenant plays a key part of our deliverance. I'm going to be talking about that and more. And we're going to be going into, I told brothers and sisters, we're going to go into the Hyksos of Egypt to prove that it was our people, the children of Israel, who made Egypt great. And how we were delivered out of Egypt will parallel on a global scale how the Most High will eventually save the children of Israel throughout the four corners of the earth. And yes, brothers and sisters, I know you said, oh, Elder, I miss portals. Don't worry about it. We're going into portals, and we're going to also give you the proof of where CERN comes from while dealing with portals. That's right. NASA and the world powers has perfected the technology to open up portals so that they can bring beings, including demons, into certain realms through rings, R-I-N-G-S. And believe it or not, folks, what happened within the last 2 years with some of the stuff that's going on with people, the entities that are coming through these portals on the lower realm scenarios, from the lower realms, are entering these people who are juiced. So more crime, more unsolved crime and all that. But really, a lot of these people are being turned into hosts for demon possessions. We're going to be going into portals, the Most High's portals, and we're going to be going into the portals that would release the spirits from the river Euphrates to enter people in the very end. And that lets you know, and that's why we're highlighting, brothers and sisters, to find out who you can trust in the end. Because just like these people may look like those who you know or familiar people. But a lot of these people walking around are hosts for ancient entities that they have allowed in their members through that choice for the last 2 years. And the choice a lot of people are still making are making themselves vulnerable and open to demon possession. If any of this interests you, come on into the Hebrew and Bible Academy. You got a lot of time to get in. May 22nd is a new academy. I want to see you there. If you've been in past academies, you want to be in this one, straight out. Okay, because it's more information, a lot of information. A lot of you think it's the same. It's not the same. White papers, we have the studies, we put the lessons together. Hey, be into the Hebrew and Bible Academy, go to historytimes.org. And folks, it's only $150 for 3 serious months of information. Not just the teaching, not just the Bible stuff that we send you through your email. You get the real-time news letting you know what's going on, and I'm going to show you something that's happening right now. And you get the ancient Phoenician Hebrew taught by no other than Elder Lawya himself. Okay, we're there real time. It's a real-time class, and you'll learn more in that 3-4 hours on Sunday morning than you've learned under any university or under any religious institution, guaranteed with one lesson. Historytimes.org. And let's jump right in, Elder Lawya. Now, Elder Lawya, jumping right back in, right? Who can we trust to the end? And before we go, at the very end of this, I'm going to open up. I need y'all to stay because Bishop Amoth has a brand new music project that I told him. We're going to put it out there and hear some of his songs and let brothers and sisters know how to get access to the new music. Outstanding album. And I want to make sure brothers and sisters appreciate the gift of song that have come through Bishop Amoth. So I'm going to let you all know how to get access to that music later. But jumping right back in, Elder Lawya, who can we trust in the end? Can we trust politicians? Let's start there. 1 second. Politicians, let's start there. Fair use. Fair use.
I'm Ami Horowitz, and I'm here in Berkeley, California to find out if voter ID laws suppress the black vote.
Does voter ID laws suppress the black vote? Now, let's make it clear. They focusing on the black vote, making you believe that there's someone out there suppressing our vote. Right? When really they're trying to coax us into voting against ourselves. Okay? They want us to vote for nothing in return. Okay? But I digress. Let's see if the politicians have something for us. Black voters. Let's see what the liberals really think about us.
Do you have an opinion on voter ID laws?
Yeah, they're usually pretty racist and they're bad.
I think voter ID laws are a way to perpetuate racism.
Would you go as far as say those laws are racist?
For sure.
Use.
Do you think it suppresses the African American vote?
Definitely.
Tell us how.
Because they're less likely to have state IDs.
Minority voters are less likely to have the kinds of IDs that have been described or...
Now, Elder Lawya sent this to me, folks. They're trying to make our people believe that, listen, they're trying to have us believe that our people have problems getting identification. This is a non-existent issue, but I'm going to show you why I'm playing this video in the midst of this program. Just stick with me. They believe that our people are so stupid, we don't know where to get IDs from.
Required.
These type of people don't live in areas with easy access to DMVs or other places where they can get identification.
Now, here it is, folks. Real quick, before I go there. Brothers and sisters, if there's how many people, the majority of them are probably black here in America. If you're black in America, on the chat, how many of you ever had a problem getting your ID? Getting some better yet, here's a better question. Have you ever had a scenario where a white man was trying to stop you from getting identification? That's a better question. If so, I need you to push the 1 button for me. Hit number 2 if you don't have any problem getting ID. Press number 2 if you never had a problem getting an identification card. Press number 2 if you never had a problem. If you press number 1 if the white man ever stopped you from getting an identification. You needed a license, you went and got it. 1, the white man stopped you when you tried to. Somebody putting 2, where's the ones at? Now for every lawyer, for every 102, we get a 1. So I would like the ones to call in and tell us the instance where the white man stopped you from getting an identification. I need you to call in. And a matter of fact, Elder Rawchaa, when they call in, make sure you put the number 1s at the top. The ones who, with a white man, look at all these 2s. Are you kidding me? Where the white man stopped them from getting an identification. But let's go.
Get IDs you do over the internet. Does that also make it difficult for black people in particular?
Yeah, you have to have access to the internet. You have to be able to pay an internet service provider for certain fees.
Do you think that's harder for black people to go online?
Well, I feel like they don't have the knowledge of how it works.
A lot of people have smartphones, they might not have data.
Oh, black people don't have the knowledge of how it works. Folks, these are the people. Here's the next leaders over society, folks.
An internet service provider.
This is what they think of you.
Do you think that's harder for black people to go online?
Well, I feel like they don't have the knowledge of how it works.
A lot of people have smartphones, but you might not have data.
For most of the communities, they don't really know what is out there just because they're not aware or they're not informed. I also think
black people don't have no knowledge of what's out there. Okay.
There's a repression of black voting with how if you're a convicted felon, you're not allowed to vote and everything. And when you look at swing states like Florida, that's a huge population of the.
Yeah, we're viewed as convicted felons. All right. According to these, it says white liberals here. This is what they think of us, folks. Can we trust them? These are the issues they claim are button hot topic issues that are concerning our people. We're criminals.
How if you're a convicted felon, you're not allowed to vote.
Oh yeah, that's a black issue. Convicted felon. Can we trust these people? The next leaders of society?
And when you look at swing states like Florida, that's a huge population of the African Americans.
Now I'm here in
and let me tell you, some of these people, I'm gonna tell you right now, folks, outside of what they're studying, nothing exists intellectually between the ears. But you have to understand how they view us, folks.
Of the African Americans.
Now I'm here in East Harlem to ask black people their thoughts on what you just heard. Do you have ID normally? You carry ID around?
Yes, I have state ID.
Do you carry ID?
Yes, I do.
Do you know any black person who doesn't carry ID?
No. Everyone that I know has an ID. Why would they think we don't have ID?
That's a lie. Why would they say that?
Do you have ID?
Yes.
Because I have my ID and my friends have their ID, so we know what we need to.
Let me tell you, if you grew up in North Philly and get pulled over, you better have your identification.
Carry around.
Yeah, everybody that I know have ID. That's one of the things you need to walk around with New York with, ID.
Do you know any black adult who does not have ID?
No, I don't.
Is it a weird thing to even say that?
Yes, it is.
What is this, some type of trick candy cameras?
I know, right? That's the only thing I brought with me.
Those are legit IDs. I heard a lot also that black people can't figure out how to get to the DMV.
Really?
What does that say to you?
I know it's that on 25th Street.
Do you know where the DMV is around you?
It's on 125th Street and 3rd Avenue, I believe.
You know how to get there?
Yeah.
Would you have a problem getting there if you had to get there?
No.
And now, brothers and sisters, Lawya, thank you for sending me that video. Why are we bringing this out first? Because some of our people think down the line that we're going to be able to trust the politicians to help us when society breaks down. When this is how the liberals, the white liberals, this is their view of us. We're stupid criminals in their echo chambers amongst themselves. Right? Who have to be told what's best for us. We don't even have identifications, folks. This is the world we're under right now. Right? So we know we can't trust them because they don't even know us and understand what our true issues are. Right? So we can't trust politicians. Right? Now, for those who missed this video from Ohio, thank you, Bishop Anya, for sending this to me. Things are about to break down, and you better find out who you can trust, okay? Here it is right now. A brother went through a supermarket to only find this.
Elder, check this out. They got pictures up because there's nothing on the shelves. Crazy.
Let's do it again. Let's do it again. They got what?
Elder, check this out.
Elder, check it out.
They got pictures up because
look behind there, bro.
There's nothing on the shelves.
Look, there's nothing on the shelves right down in Ohio.
Crazy.
The illusion of food. They're breaking down. They're breaking down and transferring food to give the illusion of foods. When less and less product, food resources are actually being shipped to our supermarkets, right? Now, let me show you real quick what we're going to have to contend with amongst our population. Men and women. First, starting with the men.
Rawchaa Lorenz was like most other 14-year-olds. He loved basketball, his family, and he was inseparable from his friends. And tonight, one of those friends is accused of killing him over a pair of shoes.
His family is shattered, as you might imagine. But his sister made time to visit with Denver 7's Lance Hernandez today for an interview you will not see anywhere else.
My son loved him so much.
Rawchaa Lorenz says neither she, her son, nor anyone else in the family got to say goodbye to her little brother, Rawchaa.
He was a baby.
The young teen dreamed of playing professional basketball.
He wanted to just have so much money to where he could take care of everybody. His mom and all his brothers and me and his little sister.
That dream.
Here it is. Food is running out right before our eyes, right in front of us, in full sight. And we're going to have to contend in a world where people, our own people, would kill someone for a pair of shoes. So we'll do this against one another for a pair of shoes, folks, and have that much less value for one another. What happens when there's a lack of bread? More.
Well, tonight, dozens of shoppers want answers after they say police pepper sprayed a group of women outside a beauty store.
Now, this all started because the beauty exchange store on Pine Hill Circle Pine Hills was offering hair extensions for a penny. Local 6's Lewis Bolden is outside that store right now. And Lewis, you've been trying to get answers from police all day. Have you been able to find out what caused them to start spraying the crowd in the first place?
Pepper spray.
Well, Orlando police say they were called out here because this crowd was already out of control. Now, this was the hot commodity. These hair extensions cost between $55 to $100. Today, they were practically giving them away for free, and that led to chaos. This was the scene outside Beauty Exchange Beauty Supply in Pine Hills that led to this moment captured by the store's surveillance cameras. It shows Orlando police blasting the crowd with pepper spray.
The police, when they get frustrated, they just pull out their mace and just go to Mason.
Many shoppers started lining up hours before the store opened, trying to score a free set of Brazilian hair extensions that would go to the first 50 customers. But with no line formed and no numbering system to tell who was first, the situation unraveled. Some say police went too far.
Now, brothers and sisters, I know a lot of you probably are laughing and out there and all that, and I know some of y'all are having a laugh. But you have to realize, folks, if this is what we're going to do in that instance, where the cops have to come out and pepper spray over this, what will happen with the lack of bread? And one of the first things they're going to do when they realize that we're no longer a part of this satanic democratic process that have used and abused our people, they're going to cut off the social programs, food stamps, welfare, Social Security, all of that's gone in the packages, the bills and the packages for the Ukrainian war, for the cold we just had, all of that money, there's no money in the coffers, folks. So if we're going to go through this in the midst for some Brazilian hair, folks, what will happen at a time where there's lack of bread?
Free, and that led to chaos. This was the scene outside Beauty Exchange Beauty Supply in Pine Hills that led to this moment captured by the store's surveillance cameras. It shows Orlando police blasting the crowd with pepper spray.
The police, when they get frustrated, they just pull out their mace and just go to Mason.
Many shoppers started lining up hours before the store opened, trying to score a free set of Brazilian hair extensions that would go to the first 50 customers. But with no line formed and no numbering system to tell who was first, the situation unraveled. Some say police went too far.
They're the one that bomb rushed us, and then we get pepper sprayed. And I don't think that's right. They didn't treat us right. And I'm upset.
In this video, you can see the officer motioning the crowd back. A spokesperson for Orlando police wouldn't go on camera, but released a statement saying officers couldn't get control, therefore they sprayed over the heads of the crowd to gain control. But in this video, this officer appears to be spraying at eye level. Customers say it was an overreaction that could have been worse.
What is going
kids in the
on?
line, babies and kids and strollers, and everything got trampled over and walked over and everything.
Now,
What am I missing here? What are we missing? What has become of this world? Who are we going to? Let me tell you, we've been totally dismantled as a people to where there's not going to be no one to cleave to in an instance for protection when this all breaks out, folks. We've been totally decimated. And someone going to have to come and bring some understanding to me here. Who can we trust in the time of the end when they have decimated us, folks? You got people who would kill their own brothers and sisters, no value for life, over a pair of Jordans. You would have it where you would have a beauty store set up with cops in front of it. Over some Brazilian hair. What are we? And then we're gonna come against each other and bum rush a door for that. What happens when they tell you there's no money on your food card? That the supermarkets have no food and no one prepared anything. What happens? Mayhem. Total anarchy. Elder Lawya, I mean, it's to a point of depression.
Yeah. Yeah, man. I mean, what a horrible sight, man.
What have happened to us? But go on.
Yeah. Well, first and foremost, I want to say, collectively, as it pertains to this broadcast, the wisdom that has come out, and the information that has come out through Scripture, just on that alone, I want to say first and foremost that, in regards to that, I don't have much to say. Usually when wisdom comes out, I'm in reflection mode. I'm learning and actually taking in and doing some self-examination as that wisdom comes out. So as far as the scriptures and that portion that we brought out earlier, I don't necessarily have much to say about that. Just to kind of highlight a few things from the videos that was shown. Going back to the first video that you showed, I want to make sure that brothers and sisters get it clear as to why that video was shown. As we went into earlier, with some of the wisdom that was brought out through the Spirit of the Most High, we were showing that you must choose your friends wisely. And when you look at that first video, the video is titled something in the regards of what white liberals think about black people. And the reason why something like that will be brought out in such a broadcast pertaining to friends is because for a long time in our history in America, white liberals have played and have operated as if they are our friends, as if they are some form of ally. And our people have for a long time believed that white liberals are their allies. By liberals, white liberals, I'm talking about the left, I'm talking about Democrats. And this is not to say that conservatives or Republicans are our friends. That's not the point of what I'm saying or what we're saying by bringing out that video. It's simply showing you that these people who have claimed to be your friends and the people who you have accepted as somehow being your friend by selecting and electing these people to represent you, what you're realizing is that these particular people, I would say, are worse than Republicans in the sense that Republicans come straight out and tell you, listen, you need to pull yourself up by your bootstraps. You're lazy. Go get a job. Go work.
Yeah, they're wrong in their instance. Because
yeah,
why?
They're wrong, but they're straightforward.
But they're straightforward, and they're not going to say they're for you. They had a certain privilege, that was given them, and that knowing that we don't have the same privilege, but at least they're straight concerning their resentment against us, their contentment against us. They have contempt, but at least they're not trying to hide it, which makes the liberals even more dangerous. But go on, Elder.
Exactly. The liberals, on the other hand, will play as your friend, but the reality is that their thought is more so, as I mentioned, the Republican or the conservative will say, you're lazy. Go get a job. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. The liberal, on the other hand, would say that you're too stupid to get a job. You're too, because you're too lazy, you can't help yourself. This is just this is how black people are. They're born with this predisposition to be lazy and stupid. So we must babysit these Negroes and get what we can get out of them. Or, whatever the case may be. So this is more so their point of view when it comes to us. And what we're realizing, especially in this time, is that as far as politics go, we have no friends. We have no allies. We have no one who will be there to support us and help us in the day of trouble or the day that's to come. So when it comes to electing and selecting who our friends are and who we will have around us as friends, as we read earlier in the scriptures, and to sum it up, you have to choose wisely. You must choose wisely. Christ says that there's no greater love than a friend or someone who will lay down their life for their friends. We have to find out who those people are. Who are those people who are willing to lay down their lives for us? And if they're not willing to do so, as the elder stated earlier, we're not to cut them off, but we are to put them in a category understanding where they stand when it comes to their relationship with us. We still love them, we still care for them, but there's only a certain distance we can go with those individuals. We have to find out who is willing to put it all on the line for us, and we have to know who we are willing to put it all on the line for.
Exactly.
So with that, I conclude.
Well, Elder Lawya, I need you to stick with me. I'm going to now bring in some of the calls. 515-605-9326. 515-605-9327. Let me bring in the call now. You can stay there, Elder Lawya. I can just bring it in, right? And what we're going to put out right now is we're going to ask a question. Who can we trust in the end? And what are we going to do? And another thing. All right. If we haven't prepared ourselves, right? Get your food together. Get your food together. Okay? If you haven't already. Get some resources and make sure, brothers and sisters, you have that you have protection for your resources in place. Okay. We're gonna take calls for 30 minutes, and of course I have to play
Radio.
I have to play
Welcome to Blog Talk
Bishop
Radio.
Amar songs.
Please hold and you will be able to listen to the show.
Okay, I'm live. Thank you, Elder Rawchaa. I'm unmuted. Who can we trust to the end? 618 area code. We're gonna take calls for 30 minutes, and of course, I have to play.
Muted.
I have to play.
Welcome to Blog Talk
Bishop
Radio.
Amar songs.
Please hold.
Okay, 618. If I'm playing in the background, I have to come back to you. Okay, please, if you're on the call, if you're on Blog Talk and wish to make a statement or comment, a comment or question, please cut me off in the background. I'm jumping right into the call. So if I'm playing in the background, please do me a favor and mute me in the back. Mute me on the device you're listening to us through. Okay? 832 area code. Shalom.
Hello.
Shalom. You're live with the Gathered of Christ Church. Your name and location?
Shalom, Elder. This is Iris Braggs. I'm with the GOCC Houston body. How are you? All praises to the Most High that I was able to get on the show. I pressed number 1. First of all, how are you, sir?
Thank you. I'm doing well. Blessed by the best, and his name is Ahaya. You?
I am also blessed by the best, and
Okay.
his name is Ahaya, Ahaya. Thank you for enlightening us and teaching us that. I appreciate it. So, yes, I did press number 1, and the reason why I pressed number 1 is because, I was thinking about experiences that I've had in the past with traffic issues, like simple little traffic issues. Houston's a big city. We do a lot of driving many distances, and sometimes like simple things might happen with traffic things that where the DPS may, take away your license, and then, you're kind of, in a position where you can't get an ID. So that sometimes can be an issue. I do have my driver's license, all praises to the Most High, but it can be an issue. So I just wanted to, that's why I pressed number 1, because I know you were kind of, I just, wanted to share that with you.
Okay, well, sister, even
Since
if
you asked us to
sister,
call.
yeah, that's fine. And I'm glad you brought one of those instances out. How rare that might be. But even if you don't have a license, you can apply for a state identification. That's not a driver's license.
That is true, sir. You are absolutely right. Yes, you can do that.
And it's and that's done at the DMV.
Yes.
See,
I
but
I do have my driver's license.
yeah. I'm just saying, but the whole reason is that they're bringing up this point about what you would call, and I think I'll dive into that more so when we get back into the Academy news in a couple of weeks. The reason why they're really talking about voter suppression, that's just busy talk to make us believe that these so-called liberals or the Democrats are actually fighting our causes and that they have our best interest at heart. That's all that is. And really, it's filling the air with nothing. When really the discussion should be reparations for the slaves, for the children of slaves who actually were enslaved in America. So what they do is they fill the space with all this other talk that none of us are concerned about, to not talk about the true concerns and what's going on grassroots on the ground. Our people need help. Okay, we're not looking for liberal sympathy. We're not looking for pandering. We're not looking for LBGT or people of color and all these other things that they're filibustering the airwaves with to divert the majority of people from the discussion our people have had en masse here in America.
Yes,
So that's all it is.
Yes, sir.
That's all it is. And the reason why they want us to get behind this voter suppression garbage is so that they can put laws in that will allow illegal immigrants to be able to vote immediately against our causes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I've been keeping abreast of that. Thank you for bringing all that out.
Yeah. Elder Lawya, you had something to say on that? You can bring in your video.
No, sir. I mean, I don't even need to come on. That's spot on, and that's exactly what it's about. But they try to, as you mentioned, they try to manufacture it and put it in such a way as if this is something that we're actually crying about and something that we desire in our everyday conversations. And it's beautiful how that video was put together, because it actually went into the Black community and asked them, is this a problem that you're experiencing on a daily basis? And the answer is no.
Yeah, the answer.
So if not,
go ahead, Elder Lawya.
I'm sorry, I was just going to say, if not, then why are they putting this on the table? And you just gave the answer to that question. It's to give other people the right to pretty much replace us as the voter, as representation when it comes to voting season.
Exactly, and they think that our people are outright dumb, right? They think if they repeat a cause enough, we'll begin to parrot that amongst their constituency, amongst our people. Yeah, man, Trump is trying to stop people from voting, man. The Republicans trying to get in and stop. That's what they think, all right? Because, but the whole thing is they need the Black vote, because really the Black vote is really control the mass numbers, the mass number of voting within the Democrat Party. Without the Black vote, there is no Democrat Party without the Black vote. So they must convince us that there's an issues, that they're actually drafting laws for our benefit. Okay, but no, that's a bunch of garbage. They want us to get with this bill because this is the bill that they need to pass for the immigrants that are coming in the country, Ukrainians and Afghanis, to replace the slaves that they're targeting, the children of slaves that they're targeting, instead of helping our people who built this country. So there is no voter suppression garbage, okay? And if our people go for it, hey, you get what you support, okay? You get exactly what you're supporting. Nothing. 618 area code.
Shalom, Elder.
How you doing, Eunice?
I'm doing okay.
Okay, where you from? And the floor is yours.
I am from the GOC St. Louis body, but I live in Mounds, Illinois.
Okay.
This lesson hit spot on tonight. Let me tell you, Elder, this is something me and my husband have been dealing with. And when you brought out this lesson, Elder, it hit me. People fail to see their mistakes, but when you bring it out, they get agitated. Thank you for bringing this out. And you have to do a lot of praying. You have to do a lot of fasting. You have to ask the Most High a lot of questions, and He will answer if you're just sincere and you come to Him humbly.
Yeah.
And I recently started getting in my scriptures, and man, Elder, if we don't stay in this walk, we have to stay in this walk, because we're not going to make it without Ahia.
That's right.
Through His Son Yeshua, we will not make it.
You're right.
And I thank you so much for bringing out this lesson. It's going to help me so very much.
Yeah.
And I used to cry out for our people. I cry out for our people because I wish we could come together as a nation, all of us, but I know all of us are not going to make it.
Yeah.
But for the remnant, I just give honor and glory to the praise to Ahia for waking me up in this truth. And that's all I can say right now. I'm just very humble, and I thank you. I thank you and the elders for what you do, and keep pressing on.
Thank you, sister. Well said. Well said. Thank you. And I'm glad Eunice brought that out, Elder Lawya, because one thing comes out in particular is sometimes if you're dealing with an enabler or someone that's taking advantage of things, hey, Christ says, listen, you cannot cast your pearls before swine lest they rend you underfoot. Right? So the whole thing is you're doing it to benefit or to help someone, but they'll take what you're giving them. You embolden and we have actually put them in position. But if they view that negatively, they can use the resources you're giving them to actually betray or to destroy you. I'm going to tell you, folks, and that's why we have to look at people in this walk. And that's why it says we have to prefer one another. You have to know that the people that's amongst this body or the people that we are to view as family, we must prefer them. We have preferred those who have made the choices we made to serve the living God. And that's how you put things in its priority, right? Not to just renounce those, but you have to understand what I'm doing for this person. Will it help or harm this person? Even when you're trying to help them, will they appreciate this or become entitled and look to destroy you altogether if one day you decide to put parameters and conditions on how you help a person, right? 313 area code. Let's go.
Good evening, Elder. How are you?
How are you? I'm blessed by the best.
I'm full, Elder.
All right.
And
I see you, Mona.
Well.
Mona, I'll bring you in one moment. The floor is yours, sister. Your name, Nikki. Where you from?
Nikki, Detroit.
All right. Floor is yours.
This message, I'm fairly new to the gathering.
Okay.
Of Christ Church. And this message has very resonated in my soul. Like in my soul, because it answered a lot of questions that I was having. The title by itself. Okay.
Praise the Most High.
And what I appreciate about the lesson is it gave me a sense of healing. It capped a void that needed to be filled. He put the Most High put a cap on that. And I appreciate him speaking through you this evening.
Praise the Most High.
And giving me the healing I needed.
Okay, when you say healing, in what instance? What in particular, if you can quantify one part?
Well, the word trust.
Yeah.
Because it can be hidden amongst a lot of things. You just made a statement to the previous caller. Hey, look, you could do a lot and you could do too little. And you have to be careful. Mm-hmm. And should none of our people have to walk around looking over our shoulders, And I appreciate you bringing that forward.
Yeah.
I appreciate you bringing that forward. Moving right along, when you spoke about how all these, I was once, part of the government entities, and I see how I've watched it, how it is demoralizing our people. Like, I've watched it. And over time, slowly but surely, it's unpacking itself. The very same things that they did in the 70s for the children's fathers is the very same things that they're doing to the women and the children.
Yeah.
And to the fathers. So now it's a collaborative of us as a people.
Mm-hmm.
So I really appreciate you getting it out. I'm looking forward to definitely the wisdom talks that that you're implementing.
Yeah.
I look forward to that because we all need it. Proverbs is a very, very, very powerful book for me. And Job. Those two things, patience and wisdom, that'll take you, I believe, it's my belief, just in my walk.
Yeah.
That'll take you far. So all praises to the Most High.
Well, all praises. So I take
it. Thank you for your information.
Okay, so I take it, Nikki, that you'll definitely be in this next academy, right? I know you will.
I've been in it for about a year. Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes,
all right.
sir.
Well, thank you, sister. And we're going to implement that. We're going to have a wisdom for life class.
Yes.
just the practical
and discernment. If you could speak on discernment, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, because wisdom comes with that. Discernment comes with that wisdom, right? So we're going to discuss that in the academy. Practical wisdom for life is going to be a class that we'll do. All right. All right.
Yes,
thank you,
God
sister.
bless you.
All right, bless you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. We have Mona on the line. We're going to just go right through these. Mona, 267 area code.
Shalom.
How you doing, Mona?
267.
I see you from Philadelphia,
I'm
right?
okay, and yourself?
I'm doing well.
Yes, I'm from Philadelphia, but I live in Florida.
Okay, floor is yours.
Yeah, I live in Clearwater, Florida, and I was trying to find a school down here that I could learn more because I'm eager to learn more.
Okay.
And I wanted to let y'all know that y'all doing a very good job.
Well, praise the Most High. All praises be to the Most High, Mona. How long have you been following the church?
For almost 8 months now.
8 months. Okay. Let me see. I'm gonna write you down
but
here.
I have an aunt that's been teaching me little by little.
Okay.
And telling me different scriptures to read and everything. And I've been listening to y'all on TV, on the YouTube channel.
Okay.
And I'm trying to find a school close down here that I can go to learn more.
Okay, no problem. What I'll do is I'll send your number to Elder Fresnel over there.
Okay.
Abunazar over there.
Okay.
I'm gonna send it there, and he'll give a call. You'll receive a call no later than Monday. Okay.
Okay, I appreciate that very much.
Okay.
And I really am about your program very much.
Okay, praise to the Most High. And if you can, get into that Hebrew and Bible Academy, since we are doing enrollments now for May 22nd, so you probably don't want to miss that. It's a lot of detail that will actually give you the fundamental foundation coming in. There's doctrinal understandings that we put that the Most High bestowed upon us to teach that would give you a good starting point to get all of the bad doctrines that we've been taught here in America out of our hearts and minds. And it gives you a fresh new start to what this truth is. Okay. So make sure you go to historytimes.org, enroll. And that's a good step in segueing. That's a good step in segueing. But in the meantime, you need to get with a body as we come closer to the end so that you can understand who to trust amongst the body here too. And all of us, we trust in those that are in this truth, have been baptized. And this is the gathering of Christ Church, gathering the elect to the elect. So it's a good time for you to start coming through. So, all right.
Yes, and my aunt has been with the Israelites for almost 4 or 5 years now.
Okay, great, fantastic.
So that's why I've been learning from her.
Okay,
and different things that she asked me to look at TV.
Well, let me make it clear. Okay, you are an Israelite. You've always been an Israelite. Okay.
Yes, that's what she told me.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, you're gonna find it's true. It's true. We're from the bloodline of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and we're brought over here in exile as a curse. That's why we're suffering all the things. We're overcoming all these dysfunctions. These dysfunctions in Deuteronomy 28 are framed under a different word, curse. Okay.
Yes.
So and
I've learned that from Sister Carrie Ann.
Yeah, and what the politicians do, I'm gonna tell you right now, they outright mock us, and they highlight our dysfunctions, and I'm gonna tell you, it's a shame how they purposely present the worst part of our community. They perpetuate it on purpose. Yeah, they does that. They do that.
Everything I've learned in church when I was younger is totally turned all the way around. That the way y'all talking is everything I've seen inside the Bible. Yeah, it's totally different from what I learned when I was a kid, and I see the truth. Yeah,
good. That's Christ.
And that's what got me eager to learn more.
Well, Mona, that's Christ who has always been directing us from the beginning. So, welcome to the truth. All right.
All right. Thank you so much.
All right.
And I appreciate it.
All right. Bless you.
All right. Thank you.
All right. I'm gonna place you on hold. Another brick out of Babylon. Next call. Chris has a comment. 470 area code. Chris.
Shalom, Elder.
Shalom, Chris. The floor is yours. What city and state?
I'm in Georgia.
Okay.
I just got baptized a few weeks ago.
Okay.
And,
Round of applause for
can I share
that.
scripture real quick, Elder?
Okay, yeah. We can do it real quick, and then I got to go to the next call. You have a
Okay.
scripture or comment. You can only do one. Which one you want to do?
Okay, cool. I'd rather do the comment. Okay.
Okay.
So when I got baptized, Elder, you doing a wonderful job. These brothers, man. I got baptized, and after everybody got baptized, you could see the happiness on these brothers' face. I mean, I caught them off guard. I took a few pictures because they was like genuinely happy to do the Most Highest will. So
big time.
after everybody got baptized, and it was 4 brothers. We was sitting there. It's like, Elder, we didn't want to leave that destination. We did not want to leave. We sit there and we talked maybe for like 2 hours, and the body, they still was there. It was like, you know what I mean, they wanted to make sure that everybody left around the same time, and we just sat there and we talked. Elder, I think I got a suntan as long as we talk. And,
look at that.
You know, I got a little bit darker like Isaiah, you know, but it was just so beautiful, so wonderful, and that's a friend. That's friends, the ones that keep these laws, statutes, and commandments. That's our friend, the one that accept this truth, this knowledge, this understanding, and give respect to you, Elder Lawya, Gaja, and the Gabar, and you know what I mean, and your Rock and Elder Dale, and all man. It's just, this body is just wonderful, and I just thank the Most High for this awakening.
Well, all praises be to the Most High, brother. And if you don't mind, I'll just quote one scripture, and I'll allow you to bring in the scripture that you wanted to bring forth. Luke 15:10. First and foremost, let me welcome you to the body formally. You are part of our family. All praises be to the Most High. In the name of Christ, we thank you. We thank you. We thank the Almighty for awakening you and bringing you to the presence, His presence before the throne, and the presence that we'll share in the body as the time grows near, right? Luke 15:10 reads,
all praises.
Likewise, I say unto you, this is Christ, my brother, there is joy in the presence of the angels of God over one sinner that repenteth. So you're talking about the brothers rejoicing. You should have seen what the heavens were doing. You should have seen what the heavens were doing, brother. But go on. You said you had to bring in the scripture. Go ahead and bring it real quick.
Yeah, this is something to watch out for. This is Psalms 55:12.
Yep.
It says, for it was not an enemy that reproached me, then I could have borne it. Neither was it that hated me, that did magnify himself against me. Then I would have hid myself from him. And it's basically like, you know what I mean, it's going to be the ones closest to us that will, you know what I mean, like you were saying, it's going to be the ones in our home. So we just have to be mindful, pray, and hopefully that Holy Spirit can come across everybody that's around us.
Yeah, and we pray that our family has a change of heart. We pray that they see the kingdom of heaven and see our God as we see him. But all in all, you know what I mean? Each person
yes, sir,
must search out their soul's salvation with fear and trembling. The Most High have to bring each individual to that low point to see him. And at that point, it'll lead them to the faith to understand what exactly this is. But it takes that one individual. And sometimes the Most High have to break that one individual down, you know, so that there's no choice but to commit and bend their will to the will of the Almighty, okay? But we just pray that the Most High does a work with our family members. But at the end of the day, until that happens, and I'm talking about friends in general and others, we cannot put others in a position that can compromise our purpose, because the Most High have put us here to finish this work, right? And that's first and foremost. And welcome you to the body, because brother, hey,
yes, sir. All praises Most High.
Hey,
yes, sir.
every brother, every sister's needed. Well, thank you. I appreciate you, my brother.
Elder, I was so happy. Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
All right, bless you. All right. All right. We have Marianne, and then we have Jezebel. Is that Jezebel has a comment? Okay. All right. We have Jezebel and we have Marianne. Okay. Marianne. How you doing, Marianne?
Shalom, Elder.
How are you?
Shalom, Elder.
All right.
I'm good. How are you?
I'm blessed by the best, and his name is Ahia.
Elder, in answer to the question, there is only one being I can trust till the end, and that is the Most High, Ahia.
There you go.
And without question, my last seed. And as much as I would like to include one family member and 2 friends, I can only say for certain that I can trust my Ahia and my seed.
Exactly.
Because even with my one family member and my 2, and that means 2 friends, they too have families. And they would seek to look after their own. So if it comes down to that, I can only say for certain I can trust in him.
Exactly. Exactly. But the Bible also tell you on top of Christ, there's people we can trust too. But there's instances that show us who we should be able to trust. And it usually happens when you're at a low estate, when you're brought low, or there's a disagreement. It tells you at those instances, that lets you know who's in your corner.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
I learned that a long time ago when I became ill.
When you have nothing or you fall sick, who's ever around you at that time, you'll understand who was there the whole time. Okay, and that's when the Most High is saying, well, there's circles, but there's a special circle. Like Christ extended himself to many, but it was something about that 12. Right? So we have to understand the circle, and we have to understand the extended circle, and we have to understand the inside circle. Well, I mean, that team that the Most High put together of those that have a like mind. So, yes, understand. But at the end of the day, our trust is in the Almighty, right? He'll never fail us.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Mary.
And I have one question.
Sure.
One question, Elder.
Yes.
I'm in the state of Maryland. Is there a church body here?
Hold up, sister. We have 35 seconds before the calls are cut out. So if you're interested in calling, do it now, because in 25 seconds, all the call line will be cut out, and I'll just go through the calls that are in queue. You got 20 seconds to get in queue. Maryland, you said, right? You need someone to reach out in Maryland?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we have a church there. Hold on.
Yes.
Let me see. Your name is Marianne?
Marion.
Okay, I'm sorry. And
yes,
right. Okay, and
okay.
And you can be reached on the number here, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And I have a couple of us that want to be baptized.
Okay, well, yeah. We're going to do that for you, okay? Okay, I have.
I'm depending on.
Okay, I have you, and we're gonna get someone to call you. I'm gonna send your number immediately to Elder Gabar. Okay.
Okay, thank you, sir.
All right, bless you.
Bless you also.
Okay, shalom. All right. Let's go down. 787 area code Jezebel.
Hi, how are you? I'm laughing at the comments because they're talking about my name.
Well, don't worry about it. Don't look at the screen, but you know.
That's my parents. I don't know what they were thinking, but it's with an A, not an E.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
So I'm in Puerto Rico, I'm actually fairly new to this.
I'll tell you what. Your parents didn't do you a service. They didn't do you a service giving you that name, but at least you're not, you're not in the spirit of Jezebel. It's just a name, right?
Yes,
obviously.
Of course.
All right. Okay. So, of course. All right. Jezebel with an A has a comment. Where you from?
With an A. I live in Puerto Rico.
Okay.
And I'm fairly new to this. I'm very happy that I found you guys. And I only been here for about 5 months.
Okay.
And I signed up for the academy. And I
Thank
actually
you.
have a question. I do not have a comment. Okay. I know you asked about who we can trust.
Yeah.
And I believe we can only trust God. But I don't have any friends. And I know some people commented that they don't have any friends either and what they should do.
Yeah.
And I'm one of those people. So I don't know if you have some advice for me and others that do not have.
Well, the advice is what? We can link you in with the church in Puerto Rico.
Oh, okay. I didn't know they had one here.
Yes, we do. Yep.
Okay.
You can be along with those of like mind. Okay, let me write down your number here.
They have my family, but I was actually raised Catholic, which is not good. My mom is Catholic, and my dad, I don't know, I don't think he has a religion, so,
Okay.
I've just been on my own, trying to find my people.
How old are you?
Here I am.
How old are you?
I'm 29.
Oh, okay, good. All right, let's see. All right, so, okay. So, yeah, I take it, yeah. One thing about those Catholics, they are highly superstitious. They're very superstitious. Yeah. So.
With all their saints around.
Oh, you got saints everywhere up in the house, huh? Watch out. Oh,
no,
yeah.
not in my house, in my grandma's house.
Okay,
So I don't go
idols,
there.
tripping over idols, you name it. Mary,
Yes.
Oh, yeah, Semiramis, the mother of Satan. But we'll let that be. So I have your number here, Puerto Rico. You should have we'll have someone reach out no later than Monday for you, okay?
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. I'm glad you reached out. All right.
God bless you.
Bless
Thank
you.
Bye-bye.
And if you would like to, you can stay on hold. It's up to you. You can listen through that, or it's up to you. Listen through the line. All right. All right. We have Jezebel there, and we have, I think, Raylex. Raylex has a question, a comment and question. Let's go down the line here. Raylex.
Yes, it's Ralex.
Ralex. Okay.
Yeah, it's like Alex with R. Ralex.
Oh,
yeah.
Ralex.
No,
Okay. I'll tell you what. The first person I've ever seen with that particular name, right? Okay.
It's a combination of my father and grandfather.
Okay, you have a comment and question. Floor is yours.
Yes, sir. Shalom, Elder.
Shalom.
Well, the comment I wanted to make was on the liberals and their thinking of their low thinking of black people. Unfortunately, it's kind of confirmed with our supposedly educated black people that confirm their thinking on how we cannot are not educated enough to get IDs. I work with impoverished black people in our area.
Yeah.
I'm in Arlington, by the way, Arlington, Texas.
Okay.
And they all have IDs. I mean,
course.
everyone has ID. They need ID. So, but it's confirmed through that. But my question is, as I said, I'm in Arlington, Texas, which is the Dallas-Fort Worth area.
Yeah.
And I don't know if there's a GOCC here. I just heard there is one in Houston.
Yeah, we can get someone to reach out to you. Yeah, we can get someone to reach out to you.
Most definitely.
That's what you called for in particular.
I completed my first academy. This previous one.
Congratulations.
This last one.
Congratulations.
Yes, sir. And I'm just trying to get baptized. So.
Oh, let's do it. Ralex, we'll be there for you. I'll get Elder Rawchaa. Elder Rawchaa, matter of fact, Elder Rawchaa is over the calls right now. So Elder Rawchaa, take down Ralex's number. Stay on the line, Ralex, and he'll take down your number, and Elder Rawchaa will call you, okay? He's over the Texas region.
Yes,
all right?
Yes.
My man. Elder. Shalom. Yes. Yes, and it's an insult to our intelligence for them to claim that that's a political, that's a concern of our people, of black people, not being able to get identification. Utterly, they're just mocking us and playing. They're mocking us and playing with us at this point, right? That's how, but it's a shame. They're going to do this as long as our people allow it, right? 708 area code. Let's go. 708. All right, we got Richard with a comment or question.
Yes, sir. You hear me?
Yes. How you doing, Rich?
I'm all right, man. I'm calling out of St. Paul, Minnesota.
All right.
I just had I got both a comment and a question. I was wondering, like, it's so weird how, people, it's called the gospel, but it's, truth be told, like, if you really, it's really not good news. So I'm kind of like, I'm in a rock and a hard place, or however you want to call it. I don't know. It's like, well, I'm in this place. This is the place where the George Floyd guy, whatever, up in the Twin Cities. I'm in St. Paul. That happened in Minneapolis. So what I'm saying is, how can we call this good news? And I don't want to, I'm not shunning. I'm not trying to be that other guy that makes my thing is, it's just, the edification. It's kind of like, well, man, with all this madness going on, it's not really good news. It's kind of like, man.
So, let's draw it back a little bit, because it seems like you're conflating scenarios, right?
Okay.
When Christ said good news, the gospel, you have a Bible?
I do. It's inside.
Well, you don't got to go there.
7 sons and 2 daughters.
You don't got to go there. Listen.
Okay.
You don't have to go there, right? But when you get a chance, go to Matthew. I know there's a delay between you and I. I'm just trying to put this out there real quick. Matthew, the 10th chapter, is when he set up the disciples to go out and heal and tell our people, heal and help our people. And he says he came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel, and go preach and tell our people the kingdom is at hand. That's the good news. That even though we're going through these curses, they're temporal. That now we've received the light, the understanding on how to receive the promises lost. So that's good news. It's nothing worse.
I definitely understand.
Listen, it's nothing worse than living in our circumstances, in our almost hopeless circumstance, and not realizing how we got here and how to get out of it. Now that would be bad. That would be bad news if what we're talking about and some of the negative experiences were permanent. That would be bad news. The good news.
I definitely understand it.
Yeah. So the good news is now you can now resolve or come to some type of resolve, knowing how we got here and how to fix our issues. That's good news.
After 2,000 years of sin, and then this happens, and then we finally get the truth, and then all of a sudden we're supposed to snap out of it, and then, like you always say, the kingdom is at hand. He coming back pretty soon, like real quick here, you know what I mean? So it's kind of hard for me to understand why is it good news when it's kind of last minute thing that we got to like switch up real quick, and we've been dealing in things I've been stopped eating that madness, but
listen to me, brother.
Things that I still.
Brother, listen.
Okay. Yes, sir.
See, it's still conflating, right? When you should make it, when now it's time for you to make it simpler, right? You're in control. You're in control of who? You, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now you have the power to change, and by doing so, that begins to end the curse. Now you're passing a blessing to those who's in your circle or your family. You're changing the next generation through you. That's it.
It's pretty tough. I got 7 sons and 2 daughters with the same woman, and I'm not even married.
Yeah,
and
but
I'm just telling you,
just
like, we on different pages, and
brother,
like, how am I supposed to be happy through this?
Hey,
what is
brother,
going on here?
Hey,
I hear you though.
Listen to what I'm saying, right? And maybe we need to talk offline, but it's like this, brother. We've been taught as a people to view things to view things from the negative first. Everything is an obstacle first. How can we overcome this obstacle? when those people who rule, they see the end first, the accomplishment first, the win first. So it's a mental recalibration. Now listen, to you have to listen.
Not necessarily though, Elder.
I'm saying,
necessarily.
brother, listen.
It's kind of like
brother,
even
listen.
through the teachings. It's kind of like,
hey, brother, listen.
It's kind of discouraging.
Hey, brother.
It's like, well, only this amount about to make it. But okay, my bad.
Listen to what I'm saying though. It's entirely up to you.
It's discouraging, though. I'm just gonna tell you. I'm gonna be real. We got to be honest on it.
I'm saying, but you're speaking. I'll let you speak, and then I'll speak. I cannot change how you deal or how you perceive the awakening. Okay? What I can tell you is it's more difficult. It'll be more difficult for you to achieve what's needed, seeing what's wrong all the time as the obstacle. You notice that when we frame these discussions, they're done in a way, and I pray to the Most High before I put these discussions together, with some level of resolve and solution through it, even though it appears negative, even though our experiences are real concerning Jacob's trouble. But we must we must become as men solution oriented and not be frustrated. That's an emotion.
Understood.
Hold on. Listen, that's an emotion that frustrates the spirit of what? The spirit of leader. That frustrates leader. So me and you have to have an entirely different conversation, but brother, stop conflating. Everything isn't bad. You knew you was an Israelite when you didn't. You know that now you can now renounce sin and begin to do the things right that would lead to a promise when once you didn't realize there was any solution. So it depends on what brother, it depends on what you're willing to focus on. Okay? Yeah. So
my thing is, it's kind of like, and you know, the Most High is not the author of confusion. So therefore, I understand that part. But at the same time, why am I sitting here with abstract thoughts? I'm really almost confused. Like, man, all of a sudden we get this knowledge. We was lost for thousands of years, and now all of a sudden we're supposed to just wake up and go ahead and do. I mean, it's
okay.
Not that easy. We have to keep it real.
All right,
man.
brother. No. I'm keeping it very real because you answered your own concern. You said the Most High isn't the author of confusion, but you're confused. So I believe you answered it. It's how you view things, brother. The Most High made it simple. You're confusing it. Like I'm gonna give you an instance. Okay, and I'm gonna leave it here. It depends on what you want to focus on. The same way you probably ate pork before and you stopped eating it. That was a step.
It's been a very long time.
Okay,
I'm trying to get my kids to stop.
I'm saying, but
I
understand. But see how you want to focus on brother. Listen, you see how you want to focus. Hey, brother, I got to put you on hold. But I said it. You cannot interrupt me because you're not going to be able to get any constructive understanding talking in the midst of someone else talking. Okay, you're not going to get it that way. Because I'm not here to talk about pork. I was giving you an example. So you go and move in your mind before you get it. You have to be patient in receiving information. You understand?
Yes, sir.
So stop trying to go off of every word. It doesn't work that way. All right? The instance I was giving you is the same way you took a discipline to stop doing something to do right, you add that to every part of your life. And learn again, which be the first principles of the Most High. We were shaped in iniquity by being shaped in iniquity. This world have taught us to view everything, the most things, from the negative first. When you must see the end of this. And that's why I asked you, did you have a Bible? because I'm not trying to get into a form of opinion on either side where this is my view and against your view. It's not that way. You're viewing things wrong. You have to be grateful that the Most High gave you the knowledge of who you are and run with that. All right? You got it?
I understand.
All right. I'm going to place you on hold. All right, my brother.
Yes, sir.
All right. Who's this? To Wilder or to Wilder? To Wilder. I hope I'm pronouncing that correct.
It's to Wilder, sir.
How you doing, to Wilder? You have a comment?
Shalom. I'm going to let my husband speak, okay?
Yes.
Shalom? Okay. My husband is going to speak.
All praises, Elder. All praises to the Most High. I thank you for the opportunity. Tonight's lesson was fantastic, or the topic at hand was very meaningful. I just have a comment. I'd like to be able to baptize the family in the GOCC South Raleigh Church, if at all possible. Attempts to contact him has failed, so I'm hoping that someone can put me in touch with him so we can get connected to the body.
Okay, let's see here. Where do you reside again? I'm sorry.
North Carolina, sir. Eastern North Carolina.
Oh, North Carolina. Okay, that's no problem. I'll have Elder Al call you. All right. Is that good?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Are you in the academy?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, man. All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We've been in the academy for the past five years.
Oh, well, it's time for you to come through with what you know. All right. So I'm gonna have I'll call you. You will get a call no later than Monday. Okay.
Thank you, Elder.
All right. Thank you. Now, real quick, I want to say something to the brother. I wasn't allowed to be able to talk because it was, you know what I mean, before I can get out the point, there was, he wanted to express what was in his heart. And I can hear the frustration, right? But all in all, there's a clear direction on how to deal with that frustration. Okay? The Bible tells us, even when the disciples came to Christ and says, we've forsaken all and follow you. What shall we have therewith? And he says, listen, one day you're going to sit on 12 thrones judging the 12 tribes of Israel. He didn't go into the daily actions of what they'll have to experience with the Roman Empire. He showed them the end, the reward. Why? Because you can get frustrated just dealing with things and viewing things on a daily basis. You will look at the current state of our people and believe it's hopeless. Okay? And that's the wrong way to view things. Your frustration will only lead to more frustration, and eventually it leads us back to what? The world. But you have to see the end of it and say, well, listen, I can't change everything, but you know what? I can do what's right for myself, my family, my sons today. I will instill the law in my sons and fix tomorrow. I'll go to and teach my sons Deuteronomy, the sixth chapter. And I'll read that to my sons and say, son, this is what the Most High told me to give you. And let your sons change the world. And that's why I wanted to make sure he had a Bible in front of him, because why? He's just looking at the circumstances and all the negative. He going outside and seeing how people shoot each other. Some of the videos I've showed of the hopelessness that this world has portrayed before the whole earth concerning our plight. And I can understand the frustration. Even Christ cried for our people. But the reality is, we are men. We are not to get what? Brothers and sisters, we're not to get discouraged to a degree of what? I'm going to tell you what it is, to a degree of darkness. The disciples were there, and he's like, well, nah. I mean, even Christ told Peter, get behind me, Satan. Now, Peter was a good man, but he knew that that vulnerable moment under emotions would take him, would have Peter make error in his decisions when it comes to leading. And that's why a lot of you, when you seen this interaction, I had to come in, because it was more emotion and frustration when it should have been focus. You're not looking at just what's going on now. We're solution oriented. This is the Most High is building leaders. You have to see the end as men. The end of this. Not get frustrated into the dailies, okay? 404 area code.
Hello?
Shalom. How you doing, Tracy?
Hello?
We got a few more.
Hi, pretty good.
Your area and the question.
Atlanta. I have two questions, if you don't mind. The first one is, I've been here for a while, and I've bounced from church to church, and it's, my soul didn't fit right in a lot of them, so I pretty much stopped going. And now I wanted to get baptized so bad to where I filled my garden tub up and baptized myself. I submerged my whole body up under. It was funny, but I really would like to get baptized. Okay. But I didn't want to get baptized from somebody I felt the spirit wasn't right. So my first question is there a church here in Atlanta that I can go to? Absolutely. The brother called in earlier who was celebrating his baptism. Yeah. So is there a name to it? A location somewhere? Well, this is what I can do, Tracy. I can give your number to Baruch, who's the leader there, and he'll call you. Okay. All right. Okay. And, there you go. And then my second question is, if you speak the word, you speak the truth. Yeah. And you hurt people's feelings, and they want to tell you that's why Jesus died for our sins. Sometimes I hurt feelings without, I'm not mean, I don't, and I'm not, a person that goes around quoting stuff, but when I do talk about it, I sometimes hurt people's feelings to the point where it seems like there's something holding them so tightly into not wanting to believe, or maybe they believe, but they're not ready yet. Hold up. It seems like I hurt their feelings. Sister, give me an example of what you're talking about, an instance. An example of you saying something that hurt someone's feelings. Homosexuality is in the Bible at least 4 places, and that sodomy is, it's a sin. I'll say things like, okay, so I'll talk about Sodom and Gomorrah. Okay, so give me the instance of the person you're telling this to. You're telling a person who's struggling with that lifestyle, you outright just say it to them that it's a sin. That's the instance? Yeah, they're running. It seems like they're running from the Bible because the internet is full of people saying things like, "Oh, it's the greatest book in history," but that's all it is a book. You see so much negative information about the Bible. It seems like they'll go to every church under the sun that has nothing to do with the Bible, and they'll keep trying stuff. And even at one point, there's a group of Black females in Atlanta that practice witchcraft, and they'll try everything. But when I talk about the Bible, it seems like there's something inside them that they get so upset with it. I'm like, you've never even read the Bible, so why do you get so mad when I talk about the Bible? And they're not gay neither. You know what I mean? That was just one of the examples. Okay. But it seems like they're fighting with everything they have not to open the Bible, but they're going to a bunch of different alternative stuff to avoid opening the Bible. It's really weird. And
it's a family member, so it's like,
well,
I see.
It's not weird at all for those who understand the word, right? Because it tells us in Hebrews, the 4th chapter, in the 12th verse. For the word of God is...
Say it again?
In Hebrews, the 4th chapter, in the 12th verse, it says, for the word of God is quick and powerful, and sharper than any two-edged sword, piercing even to the dividing asunder of soul and spirit, and the joints had marrow, and is a discerner of the thoughts and intents of the heart. So, metaphorically, the Bible, to those who are sinning against it consciously, is like a what? A wooden stake to vampires.
That's what it seems like.
Or a cross to vampires. So it's something, subconsciously that they know. You have to realize the word of God is spiritual. So
yeah,
it's just like your body have bone and marrow. Now just imagine there's a body in the spiritual realm that cannot be seen, that's getting slayed when they come to the knowledge of the error within them, the sin. So it's a demon trying to block them from salvation. So
that's
listen,
what it feels like.
Listen, so here it is though. That's why we have to be careful in the word, not to offend in tongue. Right?
Okay.
So there's a way we can there's a way we can teach that brings people to repentance if we don't initially go straight to the jugular. Go straight to the sin. And usually listen, sis, and I'm gonna give you the last word, but the whole thing is there's certain teachers who understand how to operate with people who are struggling with issues. And to a degree where the relationship has been developed in which you don't have to bring it up, they'll eventually come to you with the sin. See, but that's a mature, seasoned teacher. Not to say what you're doing isn't correct, at all, but you have to realize there's different baits for fishers of men. And one is not to confront someone immediately with their sin. Sometimes we have to go into and figure out the entry point of that sin. That little boy or that little girl who was violated or harmed or something happened, that we need to find a way to, with this word, to be able to talk to that person. Right? But I'll let you have the last word.
Yeah, I'm not the type of person that will attack you personally about the sins that you're committing.
Right.
And I'm speaking about somebody who's I don't need to really talk to them about, them committing sin. But if I talk happy about, I'm learning how to read and I have the Bible on my iPad, so I listen to it on my iPad while I'm reading through the Bible, that would make them mad.
Yeah.
And I'm like, why is it making you so mad? And then they'll turn around and say, well, how come you won't study all the other religions? I'm studying everybody's religion. I said, I don't have time for everybody else's religion. I want to learn where my heart is. And this is where my heart is. Then it goes into chaos. And I'm like, how did we get here?
Yeah.
It could be a simple, calm, out to dinner, relaxing conversation, but it seems like you said, like it's like a stake in the vampire heart. It snaps. It just goes straight to madness. And I'm like, what happened to you? What is this? Well, and it's not somebody like we could be enjoying ourselves, but there's something about me talking about me learning.
I'm gonna tell you what it is, sister.
Without trying to force it.
Yeah, but I have to go to the next call, the last call actually. But before I go there, I'll say this, right?
Mm-hmm.
That still falls into the framework of the title of this lesson. Who can we trust to the end? So these instances are giving you real-time scenarios to know, okay, there's a demon here, there's a demon there. I'm going to have to protect myself from these particular unrepentant sinners when it's time. All right. So that's what it comes down to. If you can't even mention the Bible before someone come in and say, why don't you look at other stuff? You know that you're sitting at a table with demons. Okay. And that's a choice whether or not you're going to continue to do so in the future. All right. Deacon Baruch, I want to reach out to you.
Thank you very much. You have a great day.
You're welcome. All right. Bye-bye. All right. Okay. We're counting down. We only have 2 calls left, and then I can introduce Bishop Amoph's new project. Going to take only 5 minutes for that, and how you brothers and sisters can reach him, and how to actually get the new album. I've heard, I listened to it, and it's immaculate. It's immaculate. All right, let's see. I'm gonna pull it up here so you all can see that. All right, 920 area code. Let's go. 920. Last call for this evening before I introduce the song. The remote generation has a comment and question. The remote generation. That's an interesting title.
Shalom, Elder.
Shalom, the remote generation.
Quickly, the name the remote generation is because of the book of Enoch, and it's talking about the last generation,
all right,
generation. So
let's go. Give us your name.
That's why that's
I'm just joking. Give me your name.
My name is Keith.
All right, Keith, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you for taking my call. I've watched you for anywhere from 7 to 10 years. Been to the academy. My mom's been to the academy. My wife, my son, many times over. Defended your name many times. And when I came on tonight, you were talking about joining the academy, and I made a comment, and I was placed in timeout for making this comment.
What was the comment
that I made was? The comment I made was, seeing as though we are literally in the last days and coming down to the end times, why are we not just giving the information for free to everyone? Because I feel as though it's the same thing as the Catholics or anybody else, keeping key information that was given free to us by Christ.
Okay, would you like an answer?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay, well, the answer to that is there's no information in particular that we're teaching that hasn't been taught and that wasn't out there and that we're not going to teach in the future. The reason why the academy costs is because of the fact that the platform charges a lot of money for us to do it. On top of the money it takes to do it, we have the administration that works around the clock, and it costs money for that. And there's a lot of money that goes behind it when it comes to research, literature, and all those things. It was put together as a class separate from the actual teachings that you would find on a regular basis. It costs. Now, my answer to those who have an issue with that is fine. We don't mind being able to put it out there for those who want us to teach it for free for everyone. But understand, under a controlled environment, it's tedious just to enroll all the people that are paying. So we can almost guarantee that it would probably be 5-10 times the amount of people in this academy if it was strictly free. And then we would have to deal with more time, more administration, more hours that it would take to finance such a task. So for people like you are concerned, we say, well, listen, come with a solution. Our solution is we can let you know what the bill will be. Each academy, for all these people you want to come in for free because it costs a lot of money. And if you're willing to pick up that bill, we'll invite as many people in as you like.
Okay, well, I guess you're not understanding what I'm getting at. What I'm getting at is the information is already free to us. We're paying for it to be taught to us. Because it's about to be the end of time, shouldn't we just give the information online, just like you're doing now, not in the classroom setting, just free, all of the information and not parts of it? I understand there's censorship and things like that, but there's other places where all the information is being put out there without a charge. And,
well, brother,
brother,
has
to be
okay. I'm gonna say it again, and it's not for you to say what you just said a couple of seconds ago. I gave you the answer. I'm saying it. Listen. If you're going to interrupt me when I answer, you don't have to say nothing. I'll just cut you off.
Sure.
So you want me to cut you off?
Christ wouldn't do that, though. Christ wouldn't do that. I wouldn't.
Okay, so you're cut off. The remote generation. So if you disagree with it, brother, it's okay. There's a lot of people out there who appreciate what the Academy is and will continue to support it and not be begrudging, because the people in it aren't complaining. They don't have a problem with it. Okay? So I gave you the chance to be able to say what you have to say, but I gave you the answer, and I was even willing to offer a solution. See, but people want to come to complain and say certain things and try to put things out there to do what? To try to cast some negative dispersions on something that's good. Woe to them that call good evil and evil good. You have a computer. You have the right to go out and teach anything you would like. Okay? And again, this church have never held back anything from the people. A matter of fact, we're here tonight. We're here tonight. And it costs you absolutely nothing. But he has a problem with people supporting the church, the elders, because they have a problem with us. See, and that's the piece that he's leaving out. He's making it seem as if, oh no, I'm down with y'all. It's just that y'all should just give it to the people. But no, at the very end, it highlighted why he was time out. He was timed out. He don't want to discuss the resentment he have in himself for someone who did nothing against him. But if he came with that first, it would be an issue. He would actually show exactly who he is. There's thousands upon thousands upon thousands of our videos online right now that not once did he thank us for. Videos that's out there for absolutely free, that he didn't say, you know what, I appreciate the thousands upon thousands of videos, Elder, that y'all have put out there that have brought people to the knowledge of the truth and have changed their lives. No. He was here to focus on something, straining at a gnat, yet swallowing a camel, that he would deem negative, to try to cast negative dispersions on something that we're doing that's good. Another thing about the Academy, if we allow all these people in, the Bible tells you, okay, where your treasures are, young man, your heart shall be also. People tend to appreciate and put more stock into things they pay for. They pay for. And not once do I see you out there and stand in front of Temple University or stand in front of one of these universities that have been taxing our people into perpetuity with what? You got it, brothers. Debt. To get a degree, to learn something that doesn't guarantee finances afterwards, that will not even help their life. But not once do you stand in front of one of these universities and tell people, you probably have student debt yourself, and tell them to teach you for free. You don't appreciate teachers. But the Bible tells you, you cannot muzzle the ox that treadeth the corn. I'm not frustrated at all, brother. I feel for you. Okay? Because you're focusing the wrong way. No one out there. A matter of fact, brothers and sisters, based on this brother's call, I suggest you all join this academy. Because if anything, he highlighted how important it is to be in it. Tonight. He highlighted. He says, y'all need to get it. Yeah, but I say, well, okay. I don't mind if you're willing to foot the cost with the solution. Hey, and if you're willing to work around the clock yourself and bring some team in that can compensate and get all these other people who will come in for free, and you make sure all of these things are sent to these people without one person getting left out, you will become the administration king for all the people in the academy. You do that, and you know what? We'll do it. Okay? All right.
Hey, including that, let me say this.
Hey,
put
Elder
the
Lawya.
lessons, put the hours in the...
Elder Lawya.
Yeah, let me...
Bring your video
sir.
in. Bring your video in.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Get
sir.
your
I'm ready.
camera. Okay, and Elder Lawya has some advice for you also, because I don't think he's up 6:30 in the morning when we have to be there up 6:30 in the morning, right?
Right. And also taking the time, the hours, the endless time, putting the lessons together, formulating the information, making sure things are up, all the things that go into answering people's questions. Those are all things people just see one side, as you're mentioning. They see one side of the academy, but don't realize what goes into it, and think that we just turn on the computer and there it is. We just, everything is just flowing effortlessly without any, without any work behind it. There's a lot of work that goes into this academy. And I want to highlight this again. You mentioned this, or you alluded to this earlier. We've been on this stream for almost 4 hours, speaking particularly about what? The end times. If the concern is about information being received in the end, this whole video has been about wisdom and exercising wisdom in the end. We hear almost every Wednesday speaking about information that is specific for guidance of how to operate in the end. And you know what? It don't cost a dime. We don't ask anyone a penny for any of the information that we're bringing forward. And we're here every Wednesday, 3.5, 4.5, sometimes 5 hours on these broadcasts. And again, it's all free information, all free wisdom. So, people kill me with that, but nonetheless, we know that there's always an ulterior issue that's not being addressed.
Yeah.
But I'll leave it there.
Yeah, it's called the devil. Let me tell you something real quick, Elder Lawya. Not once did he recognize that woman that sounded like an elder woman who called in earlier and said, you know what? Tonight, everything cleared up for me. Now I can understand. It was like a weight was taken off of me this evening. And it connected all the dots. It made me be able to see and be able to use some wisdom to actually know how to correspond and operate with others after hearing this tonight. I heard all of that from the people who called in tonight. But what did he hear? Absolutely nothing. He came in the spirit of resentment and hatred and variance. And if your light be darkness, how great is that darkness? Brother, if you learn enough to be able to tell us exactly how to go about this, you have the gift and the power yourself to go do it. Why can't you do it for the people? Why are you putting that pressure on us? See? And that's what it tells. Usually, the Spirit brings it out, what's really in a person. If your light be darkness, how great is that darkness? Who can we trust in the end? Someone who doesn't know how to build something, what it takes to have nothing and build to the point where we can actually do this. Comes at the finish line, at the end, to tell us how it should get done. Which is a shame. Okay?
Right.
Which is a shame. Okay? And then at the end of the day, You can look at all the products, including the pants that he probably have on or the shoes he have purchased. Because why? And I don't make no bones about this brother, what he buys for his fashion, what he buy to put on or whatever. Because what? Where his treasure is, his heart is also. He buy these things because he values them. Okay? People have a choice. Now, I'm going to show you what would be wrong if we didn't have these streams, Elder Lawya, like you seen tonight for 4 or 5 hours, or the Sabbath, or other platforms that we usually come on, and all these other things we do. If we totally prohibited all of our teachings and just told people the only way you will learn is to come into the academy. Okay? Right. And then he don't know the work that's getting done when the camera's off. Right? I don't think he was in that video where out of nowhere, that broadcast we had for 8 hours where people was appreciating the work of the church, where a brother called in a stranger I never knew and I forgot about, who stated, Elder Rawchaa, you probably don't remember me. I called one day and they was going to cremate my mother and you didn't even know me, and sent finances to bury my mother. And you didn't even know me. I guess he's not in none of those, because he's not listening with the righteous eye. He's not viewing this with the righteous eye. His eye is evil. And by him viewing things negative, his whole body's evil. Because if he was listening good, he would see how what we do for free has benefited people.
Right.
And I'm going to ask you, sir, that since you're still out there, when a brother called in that I didn't even know and said that he needed funeral money, and the only thing I told him I said, listen, he didn't say funeral money. He says they're going to cremate my mother. And I'm like, ain't nobody cremate nobody, brother. Where can I send the money? Didn't even know the brother. And I'm going to ask you, brother, if people don't support the work, how can we do things like that? How can we go and help people if our own people who learn the truth from us don't support it? And these are certain scenarios that we can talk about. And I'm talking about instances all over the place that we don't pat ourselves on the back. But we're not asking the world to do these things. When people come to us privately, we're there for them. Okay? So that's what's wrong with our people. Anytime there's something good for our people, you got guys like that running around. Straight haters who don't appreciate and don't understand. The Bible says, you cannot muzzle the ox that treadeth the corn. We organize something that's successful, that's helping people, and that's what he don't like. He don't like the fact that people value and appreciate us enough that they're willing to do what? They're willing to sacrifice some of what they earn to put into this ministry, and that's what he hates. And he wouldn't have a problem if it was him. Okay. Well, thank you, Elder Lawya. And as a matter of fact, brother, if you would like, you can join the Hebrew and Bible Academy. You know how much it costs. And you have to be on your best behavior. We'll time you out in that too. Okay. All right. Now, real quick, Elder Lawya, there's a new album. A matter of fact, Hebrew and Bible Academy, historytimes.org. I need everyone here, if you haven't been in the academy, to enroll. historytimes.org. All right. And I need y'all to come on during the next session after May 22nd and let the brother know how the academy has enlightened your lives and some of the information that came out, how it really blessed your life. Let him know. All right. Now, in your chat right there, in your chat right there. It's Bishop Amoth's new project. Okay, I need y'all to go there if y'all wish to support. Right, let me show this here. Right here. This is Bishop Amoth's new project, where you can download the album. And I said I was going to play a little bit of it. Let's play a little bit of it. Play one or two more. It's called Revelation. Support Bishop Amoth. Support the project. We must prefer one another.
You can have all of my love. A higher is true. Yes, I do. I do love you.
Yeah. Israel.
Those 7 be creeping. They come around after dark. They don't be sleeping. Remember to protect your heart. They'll expose you. If you mess around with the truth, they'll abuse you and take your light into dark. Mama told you that you better pray. Daddy told you watch what you be playing. Been around the block where all you go when judgment comes to you before you know it. Been around the block where all you go when judgment comes to you before you know it. You're running out of time. Get your mind right, do what's right. Think about what sets you free. Where you gonna spend eternity? Been around the block where all you go when judgment comes to you before you know it. Mama told you that you better pray, Daddy told you watch what you be playing. Been around the block where all you go when judgment comes to you before you know it. Been around the block where all you going. Judgment comes to you before you know it.
All right. That's Revelation, the album Revelation by our very own Bishop Amath here from Philadelphia. Him and his family are so supportive in all we do. He worked to keep that and shepherd this body here in Philadelphia. And anything I ask of this brother, he's there, and his family, his wife, they're great. And do us a favor, support the brother's music. And also, as we dive further into this, I hope to have him on as a guest in one of our broadcasts where he can give us some insight to what inspired him for this project. And we're going to, that's right, this summer, be the Most High's will, we'll do another Music with a Purpose, but we'll also have Bishop Amath. We'll have the old white on, and have a nice gala with food, probably do it outside, and bring everyone together in the spirit of the Almighty for the festivities, so that we can do what? Bless each other with the gift of music. So again, here it is. Make sure you support the project. Go to bandcamp.com. It's on your screen there in the comments, and support Bishop Amath and enjoy the music. It's outstanding. And I'll be bumping it tonight. With that, I'm going to say thank you, Elder Lawya. Thank you, brothers and sisters, for your participation here with the Gathering of Christ Church. And guess what? We found out tonight it's more important than anything right now, and especially with a lot of these different people out here. We have to find out, who can we trust to the end? All right. Yeah, I think we just figured out one person that's out there. But hey, brothers and sisters, the Most High is gathering the elect to the elect. Keep your heart in the right place. Stay prayed up. Sin not. We will soon see Zion. And remember, the Most High is calling back the children of Israel. Thank you, Elder Lawya.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Shalom.
Good night.
The East is where we're from. The 12 tribes of Israel. In 721 BC, the Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell. With a great escape, we went through the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still. To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel. That's who we be, Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, and Valley from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans. The highest gathering in Israel. The Arabs and Africans told us. At gunpoint. Together our wives and children then sold us. In the belly of these great ships we traveled in fear. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. A high gatherer in Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans. A highest gathering in Israel.